and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Menashe ben Israel first. He was actually from a converso family, like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had roots in Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities when they made their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crypto Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Dias Soeiro. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and he very narrowly escaped being burned alive in an auto da fe. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Young Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are in the Jewish tradition known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping that they all get along. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages with people of many faiths. He was very ecumenical in his outlook, and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer and especially as a publisher. And this was a booming industry in Amsterdam in particular. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montesinos, who was also one of these Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to eastern Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic, he is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river, but when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them, speaks to them across the way, and they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuven. Aaron Levi, of course, was from the tribe of Levi. Now, Aaron thinks this is an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. The Menashe ben Yisrael was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention, in particular, of Protestant clergy who are especially interested in Aaron Levi's story because there is a millenarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous peoples in America. Here's one copy of a publication that appeared just around this time by Thomas Thorogood, Jews in America, or Probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans, are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they begin tracking down this story, and they begin talking to Menashe of Israel. This is also, recall, around the time of Shabbatai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianist fervor going on the continent in England and also among Jews too at this time. Menashe ben Yisrael begins to get caught up in this. He begins to think more deeply about the story of these presumed Jews discovered in Ecuador, and although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Yisrael, the book of the Hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, or modern-day Lviv, the subtitle says Al Davar Aseret Hashvatim Umakom Mishkanna, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. Isn't that fascinating? He also issues this in Spanish here. You can see Esperanza de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and of course in English. Here it is, the Hope of Israel. There's a famous illustration of Menashe Israel on the side. This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of this story, that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the lost 10 tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Who were those lost tribes? You'll recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into 2 monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these 3 areas, at least as far as we can tell from the biblical text. You can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the waist of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out into Iran, Iraq region over there. These are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually were there. There's some ostraka, for example, of these pieces of clay that are recorded with Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on, beyond the scope of our discussion. There's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the 8th century before the Common Era, so it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living there. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Yisrael with regards to the 10 tribes, but it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth, the Kitzei Haaretz. And one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time Jews were formally not allowed to live in England, and Menashe ben Yisrael had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular, with regards to the possibility of readmitting Jews to England. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was, part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Yisrael saw it. And that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political ferment that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over, please join me with Kosher River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sights of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
Bye. Damn, girl. Any tips for my hair? No.
Here's hoping. That the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to traveling. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam. in the late summer with kosher river cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in Jewish history. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And I think one of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Ramchal, as he is known, the acronym of his name, is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge for many who were persecuted, not only, as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then who wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see it in particular with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. So first of all, who was Rabbi Luzzatto? He was a child prodigy, a genius, who wrote quite a few really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different segments of Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Mesilas Yesharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide, an ethical guide, a masterful statement of Jewish morality, and a way in which it could be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel some incremental growth in my own personality and a desire to read it yet again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century and onward. For example, there's a remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed the Ramchal. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a maskil, an Enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies in culture and literature, art, music, science, and so on, could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had a tremendous respect for the Ramchal. Also in the world of literature, the famous professor at Hebrew University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and that all modern Hebrew literature stems from this one 18th century thinker. For those who are very close students of the Ramchal, they'll know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it is in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about Maskilim, we've talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litvak, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Mesilat Yesharim until chapter 11. And what that word is, maybe if we have a chance to learn together, I'd like to share with you what I think it would be. The Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, their lifespans just overlapped very slightly. He would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study them. The biography of the Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote on grammar, on linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first, books of how to engage in public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had to pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses of non-Jewish students and so on. But at any rate, they could earn a medical degree at Padua. And so some of the brighter Jewish medical students who had traveled from all over Europe were attracted to a special circle that formed around the Ramchal specifically to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of undue attention, particularly when the Ramchal started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which are beyond the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by a figure named Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi's movement was, as you can see in some of these woodcuts, that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews, selling their properties, including in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following, and preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabbatai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing in his quest and losing his head, or converting to Islam. Shabbatai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dunna, who were active right up into the 20th century in politics in Turkey, for example. But back to the Ramchal. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Ramchal, and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah is usually only studied by people at least of the age of 40. He was still unmarried. And in fact, he did not grow a beard, which was one of those things that bothered them. And so they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this rankled the Ramchal, and he felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah. And so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find a more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbatai Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath indicating he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and perhaps most tragically, the Frankfurt Beit Din seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away, and then they lost the site of their burial. And so many of the Ramchal's phenomenal works are lost to history until perhaps one day they will be unearthed. The teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his students, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on these suspicions. He was an incredibly upright and especially talented young man. And so in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. And it was finally in Amsterdam where he found some rest. As we've spoken about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal and giving him the respect he needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, were in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation with Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So the Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work the Mesilat Yesharim. One thing I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps it was when you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal. In the 1990s, a new version, an autographed version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200-300 years. It was a dialogue version in which the entire theme and plot of Mesilat Yesharim is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on, it's not an exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super chassid. Says Tehillim all day, recites Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is brilliant. It's so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Mesilat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now Cruise Later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, no deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on, because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Kraus, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history and Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we crossed the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today. Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences? And why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s? That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk. And hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we'll refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England, just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, here, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century and onward. This is a great map, which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Leviim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As then you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Leviim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which is the reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2, here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism, an open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular, those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing we'll visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, the 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. And Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that, in fact, they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse, because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There was no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained, the truth is, we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son. And they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime. And all they were doing is praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals as far as we can tell, and he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the more Judaico, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again, and now they are in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and establish the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought that was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder. He, in fact, died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke I can't help. I got to tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shah, don't make trouble." Right? Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him like a under a cherem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravanel, very important figures from Spain who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's a strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion
there he is.
had
How you living,
tossed the Jews.
Are you ready to lose?
All day, every day. Did you wake up really early just to get your ass kicked?
Sure did.
Dog, there's another version of it. I don't know, you might like it more, where you can put in any color. Do you want that one?
I don't know what that means, but give me 1 minute. I gotta
Oh, okay, I see. Hey everybody, remember that time when Riser was like, "Hey, you want to play?" And I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." And then he was like, "Okay, time for me to walk my dog." You all remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a whiz.
You can save your little like rabbi tears for you start losing. Did you really go away?
Are you ready?
Where the hell did you go?
I just said I had to take a whiz.
Oh, I also just did that. Yeah, dog.
Okay, so
Tell me that.
there's a different kind of way to play. It's called. Okay, here are the different kinds. This game's a lot like pool. There's classic pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. So we're gonna go 2 players. Riser. I'm gonna whoop you, and it's not even gonna be cool. It's gonna be such an ass kicking. Let's see what you got. So
This one.
So if you get the red one in, it's 50. The white one in, it's 20, and a black one in, it's 10.
Oh, what the hell?
Like I said, you can get in.
Sync any of these?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of whack.
You don't like it?
I mean, I haven't tried it yet.
So why are you judging it as whack?
I mean, just have you tried it?
Yeah, like 2 times.
Look at this performance right here. Oh.
I like the idea of just being able to hit in anything and like nothing's in your way.
Go.
I'm going to show you what a sniper. This is really sniper training school. I'm going to take you. I'm going to give you an education.
Please, be my guest.
This is the Special Forces.
How many? I want to see how many wins you have.
Not many, like
Yeah.
barely as many as you. This is hard.
Oh.
That was big.
Oh no.
Look how sick I am. All I need is 20 more points.
Oh no. It seems like you got way more in than me. I don't know how I would possibly win. Let's see.
You get the 50, this 20. Just miss. Just miss. Fuck.
Oh, the ones on the side are going to be pretty hard. Oh, this one's a 50. Nice.
Yeah, but I think you have to get the last one. I'm not sure. Or second to last one. I'm not sure, though. All right.
I guess we'll see. Huh? I need to cover the queen for it to count.
Perhaps. Oh, no way.
What a shot.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oh, what a comeback. Okay, now I'm for real time double.
Oh, I almost missed.
Wow.
All right, do you want the other way?
What are the other options?
Okay, so the options are classic, the way that we played. Then freestyle, which is what we just played, up to 120, or up to 160, or up to 210. And then there's pool, which I've never played. You want to try pool?
Oh, that's not like Quran.
No, it's Karam. It's just a mode called pool.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now again, I don't know what this is. Okay. So I think I have to get 9 white ones in. You have to get 9 black ones in.
Isn't that like the same format? Oh, there's no queen.
There's no queen.
That's the big twist.
I know, it's kind of funny.
Crazy variation here.
Right. That queen element is strange. Like, I wonder how they were like, yeah, we're gonna make a game. It's gonna be like, you're gonna have black ones and white ones. Oh, let's just have one random color.
I mean, you have to have some excitement in it because or else it's just too easy to end the game. So it's like you have to sync those two consecutive.
Yeah, I get it. I like all the variations. Bump, 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 bump.
I agree. This is like cool. Like you have to think about your next shot.
Angles. My things are not in good spots.
Oh, two.
My things are not in good spots. Whatever they're called. My caroms.
Oh, what a good shot. There you go.
Bump, 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 bump.
No. Alright, let's see.
Easy peasy.
No.
No. Dude. Oh, fuck. I just gave you a fucking shot. Easy. Easy. Super easy. Maybe the easiest shot in the world. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, how'd you miss? You've never played this before, so how could you be rusty?
It's the same game, just no queen.
Oh, fuck. What a big miss. You pocketed your striker.
Except you're kind of blocking.
Yeah, I planned that. Bump, 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 bump. No. Oh.
Fuck.
Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna try to bounce this like that. That's okay. I'll take that. Oh, get in. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know if I can make this.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
No,
Why'd you take so long?
I just did not.
That was close, dog.
I should have at least started at the back wall.
Get it.
Oh, look at this.
You've got all the shit in the
At
way.
least one.
Bum, 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 bum.
No.
No.
Is he coming?
He's going out, he said tonight. So, to my knowledge, he's trying to get pussy.
Go in there.
No way it goes in. Bum, 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 bum.
Alright, I need a good shot here.
You're fucked. I'm gonna win this. No doubt. Bum, 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 bum. Get it.
I may have just helped you out a lot.
I think you didn't.
Oh, what?
Game winner. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah, this game doesn't even count. That shouldn't even count.
Bum, bum, bum,
The
bum,
best
bum.
one is with the queen.
Okay, we'll play that one. Bum, 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 bum.
What's up with the thing, bomb thing noise?
Michael Jordan had a Gatorade commercial like in 1991, and I was sending out this thing on Blue Sky that said Rabbi drinks pussy juice, like a Gatorade commercial. And so I started watching old Gatorade commercials just to make sure they like really drink Gatorade in them, and they do. And oh fuck.
Do you know? I mean, I think you might know, probably, maybe. I don't know. You know what a kanat is?
Kanat?
Yeah.
Knaut?
UANAP.
It sounds familiar. What is it?
It's a underground, like, river. Basically, like, dig a hole, like a well, to like an underground river in order to retrieve water.
That sounds like a cool kind of software.
It's like a medieval times. Oh.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
In Iran, they have like 300,000 kilometers of like these underground canals over like 30, between like 30 or 26,000, like 38,000 possible canals.
Are you proud of the way that you've played?
This game so far,
Yeah.
I'm cleaning up.
You're whooping ass, man. You are whooping ass. Dude, that was a dirty shot. That was a dirty shot.
I was not at all planning for that. Shit.
Oh, that's going to be a major miss.
Yeah.
I saw this man, this old man, who played this game, and he did it so effortlessly. I just think it's baller.
Was it on YouTube or something?
Yeah, that's how I found out about it. It was on TikTok. Oh, fuck. What a major miss. But your balls are in difficult positions. And my balls are in perfect positions. Bump, 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 bump. Anyway, so the song goes, oh, that helped you. The song goes, sometimes I dream that he is me. I got to feel that's how it's got to be. Bump, 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 bump. Sometimes I move. Sometimes I groove like Mike. If I could be like Mike, oh, I want to be like Mike. If I could be like Mike. And it was a very popular commercial. And like very popular. One of the most popular commercials of all time. And dude, your fucking shit's right in my way. Look how sick that shot is. Get two.
Has there been a double yet?
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
What a big miss. And then...
Take one out.
And then it takes one out. What a big miss, dude.
So now it punishes me and takes away all my angles.
Yeah, that's what I planned. Bump, 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 bump. No way you're getting that. No way you're getting that. You almost did. That was almost really good. Look at this though. I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna clean up.
I'm gonna clean up the dance floor here.
Fuck. Bump, 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 bump.
Better position now. No. You're definitely not getting the red and white one in the middle. These two. Oh.
Bump, 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 bump.
Oh, we're tied.
This would be one of the greatest comebacks.
This could get interesting. Now you've got a very difficult shot. No, wrong. wrong.
I put the balls in a perfect spot.
For me, yeah.
Hit my ball in.
Oh. Queen now? Pocket the queen? Okay.
Oh, fuck. No way. No
Oh,
way.
here we go. I have to bring the
No
queen.
way.
I gotta cover the queen, Rabbi.
No way.
What happens if I knock yours in here?
I win. What happens?
I still win.
We both won.
What?
Hilarious. Hilarious.
I can't do that.
Hilarious. Oh, I'd be so
I did
pissed.
not know that was possible.
I'd be so pissed if I were you. Hilarious.
The last one. I know the rules. I wanted to see what happened.
You didn't want to see shit. You wanted to win. You wanted to straight up win. And you lost.
I wanted to hear the bomb, bomb, bomb.
Bum, 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 bum. Alright, do you want... What kind of way do you want to play now?
The one with the queen, I think, is the best one, but you can pick if you want to do the other one.
Freestyle 210.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get what the difference is. Let's play classic, actually.
More point.
Classic, but turn-based. And so we play live usually. I honestly don't know what the difference is. Turn-based versus live. I thought it was turn-based.
Oh, turn-based is probably a big difference because they'll just rotate no matter if you get one.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't just go on like streaks.
That's a very good point. Oh, fuck.
It's going to be interesting to see how this switches the dynamic here.
Yeah, it is.
The Quran game.
I wonder how they played, like, a long time ago.
Oh, I'm still shooting. What the hell?
Oh, so then it's not that.
And what the hell is different?
I don't know.
Notice how you're always the white pieces,
Fault.
like most of it.
The
Every time.
fault. Riser pocketed the striker. Nope. Doesn't it seem like it's the exact same way we've been playing?
Yeah, it's throwing me off because I'm trying to figure out what the hell's changed.
Same, Biggie.
Hell.
Dude, this would be one of the greatest shots. Oh. I mean, it wasn't that close, but it was outside the box thinking. What are you going to do, Biggie? Easy shot.
You know what was like the board called in this game?
The board? I think it's just called the board.
No, I bet there's gotta be a name for it. Well, we're both playing. I feel like it's harder in the beginning with the things are all bunched up.
Oh, that was a great shot. Dude, these old men in like the Middle East just like slide this shit, and it's like they're like in Yemen or Oman or something, and they're just so good.
I want to watch it. I can
It's pretty entertaining. All right. Don't go in. Dude, I don't know. Thank you.
Going for the of course. I'm going for the hardest one. Oh, that's bullshit. I'm the champ. Oh, that was not the easiest shot in the world.
Oh, that was great.
That was
Oh, baby, you got two of mine in. That was great.
That's just how quick the tables can turn.
Fun.
Wild game. Oh, there we go. Some karmic justice. Thank you. Go, 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 go. Yes.
No way.
So now I have this like insane shot that's like impossible to get in.
No way.
Those bumps. I actually just probably helped you win. Because I gave you an easy queen shot.
Yeah, but this shot,
This is no gimme.
No, this is one of the toughest shots of all time. Oh, and I put one in. And I put one in.
There we go. There we go, one more. I'll cover this queen. Go, go.
Go, go, go.
Oh, that's bullshit. It's like right in the middle. It's like a gimme.
Look how sexy that shot is.
Wow.
Now, I don't really know how to do this one.
Nice. Nice. Nice W.
Thanks, big dog. All right, we're going to play Freestyle 120. Freestyle 210.
Why are they all weird like this?
What do you mean?
I think there's a lot more of the bucks on the board.
Yeah, because we're playing a 210.
Right. Oh, I should have not hit any out of the center or only gone to this one. I'm like hooked on this show about like people in foreign prisons that get like locked up for various things. I was watching one yesterday, and there's this dude who got locked up for selling meth in Kuwait.
Oh boy.
And so he was in there, like they wanted to give him like a big sentence
Yeah.
and whatnot. He was serving time, like locked up, roasting in the heat every day for like 3 years. And this is like 3 years of like his like 15-year sentence or something. But Iraq, besides, like they hear on like the radio that like Iraq is gonna invade Kuwait, and their prison is like 15 miles from the border, and so the like police and like the jail were like getting scared because they're about to be invaded like very very soon, and the Iraq people, they come in to the Kuwait, they invade it, and the guards like leave the jail, and then like very very soon the some guy like with like big legs just like kicks open one of the, he literally kicks open the shitty Kuwait jail cell door and unlocks their cell, and then they like use a lock or like some piece of like the broken door lock to like bash open all the other cells, and so they literally like have this like huge prison break, and all the people started like running out of the jail. There was like a dude in like a wheelchair that some guys wheeling out, and they're in like the middle of the desert, like they still have to somehow get back, and he was with some guy, some like Chinese murderer guy. They told him to help out, and then they like hitchhiked some ride with like some African family, and there's just like two prisoners in this car, and they have to go through like a checkpoint, but they made it through the checkpoint. Okay, it was just a funny story.
That's wild. So did they get to leave?
Yeah, he was able to flee the country. Why was I going to the? I should have gone to the white ones.
Yeah, white are worth 20, black are worth 10. Red's worth 50. Dude, you are cleaning
Too
up.
busy.
You are cleaning up, son.
Like 5 in a row.
But all the least amount of points. Dude.
Okay.
No way. No way you get this. No way you get this. Oh, what a great shot, dude. What a great shot. You're making a serious
Can you
comeback.
sink the red one at any point?
I don't know.
No.
No. Welcome.
Oh, big shot. Oh, no.
Oh, man. I just gave you...
Thank you.
Go. Yes.
No.
That's a big miss, dude.
That might probably cost me.
Stop.
Go in.
Stop.
Let's go. Go for the red one. That's not going to get.
Go.
Oh, this. You could be in trouble here. No, don't block me.
Miss. Shit.
Oh, you're done. Perfect. Oh, you're cooked. Can I get the red? Oh, I have to do it.
If you get the red, you win.
Oh. Unreal. I have to cover it, though.
Oh, you have to cover it. Don't fuck up.
No!
No!
That's gonna go in the middle. Unreal. Miss. 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 Oh.
I can't believe I missed. It's a difficult shot for you, though. Go, baby. I can't believe I missed that shot.
No, it didn't bang.
Go. Go, go, go. This would be a huge comeback. Perhaps one of the greatest comebacks in the history of sport or gaming. Got it, baby.
Oh, wow. GG. I like that. Was an exciting finish.
We're done.
Oh, yeah, let's do that one again.
All right. So that's freestyle. I don't know the difference between live and turn-based, so it's like they're exactly the same. Oh, wait. I think maybe, I could be wrong, but if you play with, so this game isn't just 2 versus 2 or 1 versus 1, it could be played 2 versus 2. And I think if it's 2 versus 2, then it's turn-based. So, like, no matter how many you put in, I get to go next if we're on the same team. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We can't play online, right? Both of us, or maybe if we join a game at like the same time for quarters.
You know, that's a thought. I don't think.
I think it works for golf.
Does that work for golf?
It might.
We'd have to time it like exactly right. I mean, we can try it. But then what are the odds we're on the same team? This is a tough shot. I'm going to do
A
something
1 in 30 chance.
risky. Very risky shot here. Oh, what a good job. Very difficult shots. Oh, I'm just getting so fortunate.
Table slanted.
There you go.
Table slanted.
I wonder what happens if there are so many of those balls that you can't put your slider in the spot.
I just gave you like 8 of them.
I can't really get the ball, like... There's two at
There
once.
you go. Oh, wow. I was cleaning up the dance floor. Go in.
Come on, baby.
Are they flicking the Quran like purple thing with like their index finger?
No, they just like slide it with their wrist, if I recall. No.
Oh no.
I don't know why I did that. That was good. That was your
just got my
first points
in the game. What? I knew I was playing God. I didn't think I was playing
You're done. I'm going to end it right now.
I got one. I just got one.
Oh, fuck. Great shot. You're fucked.
No.
If I make this, I win. Game winner. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh wow, it just cuts you off immediately.
Well, if you get to the
So,
necessary number. Alright.
Alright, let's do like the regular classic version.
Okie doke. Classic. 2 players. Riser.
Oh, I was watching this fucking stupid thing. Just popped up in my recommended feed. It's called like To Catch a Cheater, and it's like this segment of like this radio show where people can call in if they believe that their like boyfriend or girlfriend or husband and wife is like cheating on them. And so the radio station guy will call on the channel and he'll be like, oh, hey, it's like the more rewards card guy. Congratulations, you're the lucky winner. For all those like grocery card points you've accumulated, we're gonna send you a whole like 30 roses, like a box of chocolates, and like a card to anyone that you like. And they're like, who do you want to send it to? You just need to pick their first and last name and the message you want to write to them. And it's just so funny.
Can I tell you something?
Some of them, were you on that show?
No, those are all fake calls. It's very common that radio stations do that. Ryan Seacrest's show does it in LA. It's like his is called Ryan's Roses, and instead of like the rewards card, they just send roses to someone, and so we just need the first and last name and a message on the card, and then the guy will be like, oh yeah, okay, I want to send it to Jane whatever, and then the wife's on the phone line at the same time and she'll be like, who's Jane, right?
Yeah,
those are fake. I was very disappointed to find that out. Dude,
yeah, I saw a comment, and based on like the conversations of some of them, but yeah, they're still. Why would they do it real?
because they
Yeah,
a few reasons.
that is funny.
Yeah, a lot of people will just send their shit to their real spouse, and it's not that spicy. Like if you listen to those shows, I used to listen to them every day, or they would do them like once a week or something, at least in a way. And at first, I thought they were real, and it was like, how are all these people such bad spouses? And um, then I started learning more about the radio world because I had a lot of contacts in radio, and because we were their customer, and so I started looking into it. I would listen because I would want to hear our advertising on the radio and make sure it was being played correctly, and so I'd listen to this show, and like I always wondered, like, do you know who Ryan Seacrest is?
He's like an actor, right?
No, he does like American Idol, and he also does um, Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, that dude. Did he do America's Home Videos?
No,
Funniest Home Videos?
maybe, but not to my knowledge. That's that was like Bob Saget and some other people. But anyway, he also did Live with Regis and Kelly, but it was Ryan and Kelly. Anyway, he's like a giant radio personality in the U.S., easily the biggest one, and we were going to sign him to a spokesperson agreement for $1 million. And so we would listen to his show, and I would listen to it, and I'd be like, what is going on with these people? Now, you want to hear something funny?
You cheated on his spouse?
No, nothing like that. A lot of people think he's gay, but I'm not sure. No, so then they would do these other shows. This is before I knew that this was all just to make good radio. And, wow. And, okay, so they had this thing called, I forget the name of the segment, but they had some girl who, oh, I have to get the thing. What can I get them both at the same time? Oh fuck! I guess
Automatic loss.
no. So there was this girl who they had on the radio. Okay, so basically the story was they paired two couples or a couple together. Not like I forget what it's called. It's called like First Date or whatever. And they were like, yeah, we've got this these two people, this one girl who's new in town. She's from New York, and then this guy, and they're gonna go on a date, and then we're gonna buy him dinner, and then we're gonna hear about how the date went. And so this girl is like, yeah, I met, let's just call him whatever, anything, James. I met James at the restaurant, and he was really cute. He was really good looking, and I told him I wasn't from here, so we started talking about like what what there's to do in LA and how it's different than New York or whatever. And she was like, and he just seemed like not really into me, and he was really into all the other girls like in the restaurant, and I just thought it was really rude of him. Oh fuck. And James is there on the phone too, and James is like, it wasn't like that. We were just at a restaurant with a lot of good looking chicks, and I don't know. I'm like a single guy, and I yeah, I'm on a date, but like I um I fuck, I was just you may say I have a wandering eye, but I was just checking out the talent basically, and he just kept sounding like a real douchebag on the phone. And I heard this, and I'm like thinking to myself, look, this girl is from New York. She doesn't know anyone here, and this guy's like being an asshole. So I forget the name of the show, but it was called like, they were like, do you want to go on a second date with this person? And she was like, no, absolutely not. This guy, he was a real jerk. And so I heard this on the phone or on the radio, and my stupid ass was like, dude, that's not the way any guy should treat a girl. And the way that she sounded like this girl out. Well, I'm going to try. So I called this young lady on from New York, and she said she's from Brooklyn or whatever, and she's new in town, and she was just on this bad date. Here's my number, and if she's interested on going on a date, have her call me. And the person with whom I spoke on the phone, she's kind of like a semi-famous person in LA, and she's like, okay, well, that was really nice of you. Thank you so much, which I'm sure she's laughing to herself on the other end, like, this guy doesn't know that these are two actors, and this girl was paid to be on the show, and the guy was paid to be on the show, and I didn't know that. So then only when I find out that these people were actors, like, later on, but I was still like, whatever. I didn't think it was nice the way that guy was treating that girl, especially if she's new in town, and I was going to show her a better time. They had another show in the United States called Cheaters, and it was a show where it was all set up, but everybody wanted it to be real because there's nothing more exciting. Well, did you see these two people who got caught at a Coldplay concert? Like, it's all over the internet today.
Well, that's fucking hilarious. The CEO, dude, of something.
Right. So everybody loves those kinds of stories because there's like a revenge aspect of it, and there's like, the
big drama.
Exactly, infidelity and all these things.
That's why reality dating show is like all about stirring up the pot and like getting people to cheat on each other.
Exactly. Did you get my invitations?
No more.
Okay.
But I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll finish telling the story. Welcome. How are you? What's good, H?
No, you keep talking about the CEO.
Oh, well, basically, he's the CEO of astronomy, and he was cheating with the head of HR, and then they had a third person there from their company who was like, knew that they were having this affair. It seems like it was one of these companies. I mean, it had $1 billion valuation, and it has like Bain & Co. as like backers. It's a lot of money. I have a feeling that this is going to be good for this company, but this guy's got to step down. And there's a chance that he could get sued or whatever. He's going to lose his ass in a divorce. I can probably tell you that. And, okay, well, they had this show in the United States, like, maybe like 10 or 15 years ago.
Wait, did someone just at the Coldplay concert was like, hey, let's just screenshot that Jumbotron. Or I guess like everyone's filming the whole thing.
Exactly. And then did you hear what Chris Martin said?
No.
So Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, was like, right when the girl covered her face and the guy dropped down, he said, well, they're either having an affair or they're just really shy. So they would have been totally fine. No one would have probably known if she didn't cover her face and he didn't drop down. But the second they did that, it became a viral moment. And,
oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, so they had this show in the United States. called Cheaters, and the show's premise was we have married couples and we have somebody who is cheating on their spouse, and they have been for like a long time. And what we're going to do is have the cheating spouse go on a date with their side piece, and then we're going to bring the wife along and have her confront them. And this was a very popular I don't want to say very popular, but it was a popular syndicated show that would come on really late at night. And basically,
it wasn't bullshit radio.
It was bullshit radio.
It was actually real.
No, it was not real. So everyone on the show, it was all bullshit. And so that's why the show didn't do really well long term, because people started to find out, hey, this is fake. But yeah, they used to do that on like all those like daytime shows like Ricky Lake and Montel and like I don't know, Sally Jesse Raphael. They used to like have somebody would be cheating on somebody and whatever. And then there was this one show called Jenny Jones. It was pretty popular in the United States, and this isn't exactly the same, but it was an interesting thing. So there was this woman had a daytime talk show named Jenny Jones, and she invited a man onto her show, and the theme of the show, or the like whatever the theme of the show that day was, we work together and I'm in love with you. And so he agreed to be on the show, and he's there, and Jenny's talking to him, and she's like, all right, so are you ready for us to give the big surprise and the person with whom you work, who's in love with you? And he's like, yeah. And he could see that one of the people he worked with, this lady, was in the audience. So he figured that was going to be her. And it was going to be like, okay, I'm in love with you, whatever. But it turned out it was a guy who he worked with. And he ended up killing that guy. The guy who was surprised by the guy who had a crush on him ended up killing him. And they ended up canceling that show in the United States. It's kind of a wild thing to happen. Anyway, it doesn't have to do with cheating, but it did have to do with like revenge and stuff. And that was a real case. But at least that the cheaters on the phone, now that you hear them, like, aren't you kind of like, oh, what are the odds of somebody, like, so many people cheating? I mean, at least in LA, it would be over the course of a month. They would do the show, I think, on Tuesdays and Thursdays or something, and it would be, so that would maybe be like, let's say 10 weeks or so ish, not really, but close. And like they would have 5 of the ones would be like somebody would want to send it to their wife, and then 3 of the ones or 4 of the ones they'd have it send to the lover, and then 1 or 2 of them it might be like they can't get a hold of the person. Now you ask, well, why don't they do it with real people? It's difficult to get a hold of people just off the bat to pick up the phone at work and stuff, so it doesn't really work that way. And chances are it's like 95 out of 100 times they would send it to their spouse. They're not going to send it to their lover. It's just like, you're a random stranger on the phone. I'm already secretive about this relationship. Why would I disclose this information to a random stranger? You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think people might still fall for it, to be honest. Not saying like they'll all fall for it, but
well, then the show.
And I don't. So it doesn't necessarily like have to be like. I know like that's the whole like the radios thing, like has to be like live on the air or whatever, but like whether it's live or pre-recorded, like the day before, is not really a crazy difference, in my opinion.
I understand, but the show's then liable. So like they canceled the
Liable for what?
Destroying people's lives.
No, how is it destroying if it's exposing it?
It would,
someone who's
at least,
cheating in the relationship.
At least in the United States, there's an argument that it's intentional infliction of emotional distress. which is a tort. So basically, it's illegal in United States law to cause someone emotional distress unnecessarily.
Isn't that like very subjective?
It is, but it has certain requirements, which are
How is? I mean, you're
requirements
asking,
for emotional
so,
distress,
I mean,
intentional
it's
infliction.
like entrapment. It is like a form of like entrapment.
But they're not doing anything illegal. So, um, to establish the claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress, first, the defendant's conduct must be extreme and outrageous, meaning it goes beyond what is normally acceptable in civilized society. So, a radio station would be doing that. That's not a normal thing for someone to do. Second, the defendant must have acted either intentionally or recklessly with the intent to cause severe emotional distress or with a disregard for the likelihood that their actions would cause such distress. So they would be intentionally doing this. It's not like it was an accident. Third,
Okay, well then why doesn't every other like breakup result in a lawsuit?
because the defendant's conduct isn't seen as extreme or outrageous, meaning going beyond what's normally acceptable in civilized society. People cheat, and that's accepted in civilized society. Third, the plaintiff must demonstrate that they suffered severe emotional distress as a result of the defendant's actions. Fourth, severe emotional distress is defined as emotional pain that is so substantial that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to endure it, and may include symptoms such as anxiety, depression, and other significant psychological harm. Additionally, while some jurisdictions may require medical documentation of the distress, others may accept testimony from acquaintances regarding changes in behavior. So I think the big one is um, severe emotional distress is designed as emotional distress so substantial that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to endure it. If you are in a relationship, you're expected to have to endure emotional distress at some point in a relationship if somebody cheats on you. However, you aren't expected to, you're not expected to um, have that broadcast on the radio. That's not something that would be expected in a civilized society. Now, to your point, I think if you do cheat on your spouse, that it should be considered intentional infliction of emotional distress. But courts don't find that. That's something that they consider at least something that is to be expected in civilized society. I don't though, but I guess I have, you know, um, I think people should act morally. But if a radio station, and I mean, look, that was just my idea. I'm gonna We're gonna find the real reason right now. Yo, dog, a show like Ryan's Roses on Kiss FM in Los Angeles has actors that are on the phone who portray cheaters, and these are very popular in society on radio. Why is it that a radio station could not do this with real people? Yo, that's a sharp observation. You're definitely not the only one who's wondered about why segments like Ryan's Roses are staged. Here's the deal. Why Ryan's Roses might use actors or seem like it. Legal liability. If they prank or expose real people cheating without consent, the station risks lawsuits, defamation, emotional distress, or invasion of privacy. So all of those actually. So defamation, definitely, and then invasion of privacy, because they're on the phone broadcasting to like a million people, millions of people. Using actors or getting consent after the call airs protects them from legal blowback. Welcome. How are you? What up, Ramblex? Ramblex, can you hear me, pimp? I didn't want to talk with you anyway. FCC and consent laws. At least in California, it's a two-party consent state, which means it's illegal to record and broadcast a phone call unless both people agree. So either get the person's consent afterward. Sometimes they say this, or they use actors making it dramatized but legal. Entertainment over authenticity. Real people are messy, unpredictable, and might not deliver a clean or dramatic story. With actors, or at least coach participants, they can script the pacing, emotion, and drama to make it viral and addictive. Production and control. Dead air, awkward silences, or boring calls don't make good radio. Actors allow for tight editing and make sure the segment hits all the dramatic beats. Why not use real people? They can and sometimes do, but only if they get full permission after the fact. The people involved are okay with it being broadcast. It doesn't defame or harm someone's public image without cause. So that would be one where you had like somebody who really sent the roses to their spouse. They're not being defamed, whatever. Hey, can we use this as a real call? Yeah, go for it. But that's risky and inconsistent. Radio stations want reliable daily content, and actors or semi-scripted real people give them that. Make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. Especially I mean, I don't think it should be illegal to hurt people's feelings that are the ones cheating or whatever, but I get the invasion of privacy aspect.
Yeah, but then what if you have a situation? I mean, this gets messy. So let's say you have a husband who cheats on his wife every single day, and his wife just gets sick of it. She has to stay in the relationship for the kids, and so she gets a side piece because her husband keeps cheating all the time. Well, they don't say that on the air, and then when they talk to the woman, it'll make it seem like she's cheating when doesn't have a chance to explain herself.
I mean, she does have a chance to explain herself, but
Well, okay, so
I guess not when they're like forcing like the conversation in a certain way.
Right. So she would be like, "Yeah, I'm cheating, but that's because my husband's cheating all the time with all these other people." And she wouldn't have the same opportunity to trick him, and that's just unfortunate.
And the radio is like, "Oh, they both suck." Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I don't know. I think. Yeah.
I know.
It would be in an ideal world. It would be real and entertaining and allowed without legal problems.
I get that. I know when I was a kid, they used to do these calls that were real because I knew two people. I knew someone who had one set up. So it was called like the birthday call, and it was a very popular segment of the radio station. So what they would do is it would have to be somebody's birthday. So let's say the person was working as, I don't know, an administrative assistant, and it was their birthday. So the radio station would get permission from like a spouse and call the administrative assistant and be like, "Hi, is Sarah there?" And Sarah would be like, "This is she." And they'd be like, "Hey, Sarah, I'm calling from Tony's Pizzeria over on Ventura, and I'm trying to get a pizza delivered to such and such address. Can you help me find it?" And they'd be like, what do you, excuse me? And they'd be like, "Yeah, it's on Ventura. I'm right outside your building right now. I'm just trying to deliver a pizza." And the person would be like, "This is quite a strange call. Well, how can I help you?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, I just need you to just ask around where your office is and just ask if somebody ordered a pizza because Tony's here to deliver it." And then the person would be like, "Well, okay." And they'd go and ask a few people and then come back to the phone and be like, "Well, I asked and nobody here has ordered a pizza." And then they'd be like, "Oh, okay, well, we did it as a prank on you. Happy birthday." And then they'd sing to you and all these other things. And that one was allowed because it didn't necessarily defame the person and all the other things. It was like a positive thing.
Still invasion, privacy.
Yeah, that's true. But I think it was.
They probably, ask for like consent to publish.
Yeah, it was either that. It was. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. They asked for consent, and I've heard them on YouTube as well, and it could be they just are in a state that's but I knew that they did do some.
One party consent.
Yeah, it just depends on what state you're in.
What's the one party state?
I mean, there's a list of them. What are the one party consent states in the United States?
What does that mean? Like only one person has to consent.
Yeah, so like I can't tap your phone as a third party, but let's say you call me, I can record our calls and not tell you. So states that are
Right.
one party consent. So as I recall, this happened in New York. The people I knew, or at least from New York, so I guess that's how they were able to do it. Anyway, I remember them telling me.
So if they call you, even if you just send them like a text, like call me, then you can stealthily record and upload it.
Exactly. You can't in California, but you can in some other states. Quite a few. There are like, it's more states than that. So in the United States, only 9 states require all parties' consent, and 41 are.
Do you think that prank calls should be legal or illegal?
I think they should be legal. So I love prank calls. Did you ever see Crank Yankers? It used to be on Comedy Central. Do you know what this is?
No.
Okay, so do you know who Adam Carolla is? He has a big podcast. Okay, do you know who Jimmy Kimmel is?
Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah. He has Jimmy Kimmel show on.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so they used to do this show called The Man Show, and then they did a show on Comedy Central, and it was called Crank Yankers. And what they would do, since you needed 2 parties to consent in the state of California, they would go to Las Vegas, which is like 3 hours away, and they would make the telephone calls from there, from another state, but it's not that far away. And what they would do is call people from all over the United States, and since it was a one-party consent state, they could pull pranks on people, and the kind of pranks they would pull are like, did you know that your refrigerator's running? And people would be like, my refrigerator's running. Yeah. They'd be like, is your refrigerator running? Yeah, and they'd be like, yeah, my refrigerator's running. And then be like, well, you better go catch it. Like little jokes like that. I mean, that's like a common one, but they would do this, and they'd do it for like 21 minutes or whatever, at least enough of them, and that would be an episode. But because they were only doing telephone calls, they needed to have something to show on TV, so they would have Muppets that were playing the part of both sides. So it was something that had some visual aspect to it, and it was a funny show. And then I went, like, in the early days of YouTube, I used to love this, a few shows that it was called, there were just a few prank call shows on YouTube. And one of them was called Friday Night Cranks. So Friday Night Cranks. And since it was on Friday, I couldn't listen to it, but I would listen to it on like Sundays or like during the week. And what they would do is it was like this brother and sister who could do voices pretty well. And then they would just call like Walmarts, and they'd be like, yeah, can you tell me what aisle your flashlights are on? And the people would be like, all right, well, just one moment. Let me go look. And they'd be like, okay, it's aisle 14. And they'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me what aisle the lettuce is in? And They're like, well, that's in the produce section. They're like, okay, well, can you tell me where the honey's located? And they're like, okay, well, we'll have to go to the aisle for that. They'll be like, that's aisle 16. They'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me where the rope is located? They'd be like, that's in hardware. And they're like, what aisle is hardware? They'd be like, oh, it's aisles like 11 through 17. They'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me exactly? So they get their whole grocery list or shopping list like from the person at Walmart and know where all the aisles are. And after a while, the person at Walmart would just be like, I'm done. I don't care. And they'd hang up and they'd be like, ha, 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 or whatever. Sometimes they would just tell them they were being pranked, whatever it would be. Okay, so the big one that.
And then did they circle it back? They'd be like, can you tell me where the flashlights are?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Definitely.
And then they
Just to drive the people batty. Yes. And so they like to call big stores like that. And it used to be really entertaining. And this was before the days of Mr. Beast and stuff like that, where this was like real content and it wasn't like thumbnails and all that other stuff. Okay, so the reason why that show stopped, the sister stopped doing it. I think she just kind of grew out of it. I think, you just mature to a certain point, and they felt bad pulling these pranks on people. All right, so the best ones though, if you want to listen to just 8 hours of funny fucking shit like this, they had a guy back in. Do you know what Napster is?
Yeah, free music.
Yeah.
LimeWire is better.
Yeah, of course. But like back in the day, you had Napster.
There's a good documentary on the guy who invented Napster that I saw at a film festival.
So you had Napster. So Napster was
Sean. Is it Sean Parker?
Something like that. So you had Napster, and then you had LimeWire, and then you had FrostWire, and you had there were a bunch of them. Like one would get shut down, and then another one would start up, and there was only a limited amount of songs. I don't. It wasn't like Spotify that had all of the songs that are really neat and playlists and stuff. It wasn't like that. It was like sometimes the artist, they would say the artist was one thing and it was really another thing, or sometimes the name of the song would be messed up, or sometimes they would say it was like a video, but it was really just gory, like a gore video or something like that. They would say it was like a music video, but it was just gore, and it took forever to download stuff. I mean, you have no idea how fortunate we have it where things download relatively quickly. Back then, it would literally say that it was going to take years to have this stuff download. It would take weeks sometimes to download a certain song. And because...
Were you using it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. I can't tell you how many CDs I burned from that kind of stuff. And so...
weren't the files, for an MP3 file, a few megabytes? All of that takes...
Oh, yeah, but you had dial-up internet. Even pictures took long to load on the internet. So a whole sound file, it would take 5 or 6 hours to download a song with good internet. If you had good internet, it would take 5
the internet was way shittier?
Way shittier, dude. You have no idea. It would take, to load a web page, it would take 5 minutes. Just one page. And then to download a whole song, it would take hours. Many hours. And it wasn't just on...
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I'm telling you, sometimes it would tell you it's going to take a week or more to download a song, and sometimes it would say it would take years to download a song because the internet was so slow. I'm not kidding. There are people who would screenshot it and publish it. It would say it's going to take 340 years to download a Green Day album or a Green Day song or something like that. Well, okay, so back in those days, there were people who published prank calls in addition to music. And so there was one guy who got really famous. I don't know if he got famous, but his prank calls were famous because he could do a really good Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. And he would use a soundboard and call people who generally were not native English speakers. And he would he'd call a 7-Eleven and he would use a soundboard of Arnold. Oh, that's right. He would use a soundboard of Arnold Schwarzenegger. He couldn't even do the impression, but the soundboard of Arnold would be like the guy at like 7-Eleven would pick up and he'd be like, "Hello," and the the guy with the soundboard would be like, "Give me your wife and kids," and he would be like, "Hello," and he'd be like, "Get into the chopper," and he'd be like, "What chopper? Well, like, how can I help you?" And it would be like, "I'm not your daddy," and he'd be like, "Who's my daddy?" Like basically, this was so new to the world. Not that prank calls were so new to the world, but using soundboards and things like that became very popular. Okay, so then fast forward a little bit to, do you know who Howard Stern is?
Yeah, it looks like Slash.
Yeah, exactly. So Howard Stern, who dominates New York City radio, not really that big in LA, but dominates the tri-state area, which is New York City, New York State, Connecticut, and New Jersey. He would have people on his show. His show used to be so big, and it was so big, it was a radio show that they would show on E at night. Before the Kardashians, before any of that shit, it was Howard Stern at night. So he would do these things where he would have people from his show do prank calls. And they were really, really funny. And then he'd also have naked chicks on, and they'd like have to blur it on TV. But when you were like, I don't know, a 14-year-old boy, like that's a huge fucking deal because there was no porn. And you might be like, well, wasn't there porn on the internet? It took forever to load. I mean, it would take like, just a picture would take like 30 minutes. I mean, it just was so slow.
Wait, what year was this?
Like
What year was this?
1999. Like 1999.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, let's
So
get.
couldn't you even play a video?
Oh, there were no videos like that on the internet. Companies did not host video. To download a video, it would take a very long time.
1,000 years.
Yeah, it would take like I remember eventually around like 2005 or so, you could start to download videos on Napster, and it would take like a week to download a video or a game or something, and that was in under the best conditions. What would end up happening, the way it worked is, let's say you had a file I wanted. Let's say like a popular movie back then, The Matrix. You have The Matrix. You would upload it to a website called Napster. Well, actually, you didn't even do that. You didn't even upload it that way. The way it worked was you had it on your computer, and you would share it with all these people around the world, and they would download it piece by piece from you. But let's say you went offline. Well, that means that the downloading stopped. So you might have 1,000 people downloading The Matrix from you, but if you went offline, then all these people had to wait on you to get back online to download that video from you. So that's one of the reasons why it took so long. And then the download speeds were really, really shitty, and the upload speeds were even worse. All right, so but let's say we eventually got The Matrix from you. It would take hours, or not just hours, but it would take hours for a song under the best conditions. Usually, if there was a song you really wanted, you had to expect it to take maybe 4 or 5 hours in the best conditions, and at least a week or so under shittier conditions. And sometimes there would be stuff that you would want. Let's say you had that Matrix, but you just went offline, or you got a different computer. Then 1,000 people would just have a video that was downloaded 50%, that they couldn't use it because it had to be downloaded in its entirety, and then we would never be able to use it. So we would just have this wasted file space on our computer unless we deleted it. It was a very, very inefficient way of getting media. However, it was free, and it was the wild, wild west. You would download something. Let's say you listed it as The Matrix. There was like a very good chance that it could be some execution video in Afghanistan or some kind of porn. Even though it was named The Matrix, 2001 or whatever, whenever it was published or whatever. It was just like
a month later.
Yeah, and you didn't know what you were getting.
I suspect.
Yeah, exactly. And you didn't know what you were getting. Anyway, back to Howard Stern. So there are these.
I mean, that could still happen. But
yeah, they could. I mean, do you know what torrenting is?
Yeah.
Well, that's what this was. Except it was peer-to-peer file sharing. But just like how torrenting is kind of risky, this was risky too. Now, if you're wondering, like, well, why didn't you just download stuff all the time? ISPs would send letters to your house if you did it too much, and threaten to shut you down or threaten to have you prosecuted. And there was only like one person who was ever really prosecuted for it. There were more, but it wasn't like they just made a lot of threats because there was a lot of
my parents got a fucking letter one time because I was downloading shit on Pirate Bay.
Okay, there you go. Without a VPN?
No, I wasn't using a VPN.
Right. Because you could do that with a VPN pretty well, but without one, you get some like an email.
Still today?
Yeah. If you did it now, if you use a VPN, you can go crazy.
Nice.
Yeah. Just
So
ahead.
go to Howard Stern.
Oh no. Okay, so if you want to listen to like 8 hours of the funniest fucking prank calls, okay, you go to YouTube, and I think you could just type in Howard Stern prank calls. But
Are there any prank calling 911?
no, that's illegal in the United States. So they have this thing.
I thought prank calls are illegal.
No, prank calls are not illegal, but prank calling the government or like emergency services are. Okay, so so there's this thing called Tradio. So these things were so fucking funny. So there'd be like a really innocent radio station in like, I don't know, Chattanooga, Tennessee, or like some smaller place in middle America, and Howard Stern would have his minions or whatever call these radio stations, and these radio stations had a type of show called Tradio, Tradio, and what that was like it was before Craigslist, or it was before like eBay or anything like that. What you would do is, let's say you had like an old pitcher's mitt that you wanted to sell. Well, you could normally have like a garage sale or something like that, or you could put it up for sale on Tradio, and with a way to contact you. So let's say Riser wants to sell a hockey stick. So you would call Tradio and you'd say, contact me at 555-5555. And somebody would hear that you were selling a hockey stick, and they'd call, and they would just call you and say, hey, I heard you were listing a hockey stick. Do you understand the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, so Howard Stern would have his minions or his people call these really small shows and be like, yeah, I've got a used dildo that has a little bit of cum still on it, and I'm going to sell that for $75. And they'd be like, all right, use dildo. Wait a second. They'd cut that person off. Then they'd call right back with another voice, and they'd be like, yeah, I have a steaming hot pile of shit. And they'd like cut them off right away. So then they'd call back.
Those are the best ones where they keep like calling the same person over and over again, and they just get more furious.
Exactly. And they would just be two people calling one after another. So it was a different voice. They would do different voices, and they would do this for hours. So what do you look up? You just look up Howard Stern prank calls, and they have compilations of these things, and they're so fucking funny. I still listen to them to this day. And these compilations are like 3 hours long, and they're just all prank calls, prank call after prank call after prank call. And so they would call these people. Let me, like, just off the top of my head, I don't even know if ChatGPT will allow this, but here we go. Yo, dog, Howard Stern used to do a thing with prank calling Tradio. What are some of the things that they would call and sell? Like the prank stuff that they would sell. What are some examples? Yeah, so they would sell yeah, like I have like some used butt wipes for sale, or I've got some penis enlargement cream, or I've got an electronic flatulence simulator. And the guy who's on the phone is like this real, like backwoods kind of guy who doesn't put together like an electronic flatulence simulator is a fart machine. And they'd be like, all right, well, we've got one electronic flatulence simulator, and how much did you want to sell that for? And they'd be like $8. And they'd be like, all right, $8, and you can contact me at 555-5555. They'd have like, yeah, I've got a rectal thermometer for sale, and I'm looking to get $18 on that. Or yeah, I've got a book here. It's called How to Pick Up Women with Halitosis. I gonna sell it for $7. They'll just have like all kinds of ridiculous things, and or they'd be like, I've got used dentures. I don't know whose they are, but I'd like to get at least $11 for those. And I've got some stained underwear from the former quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, Brett Favre. And that's going to be, I'd like, it's a celebrity item. I'd like to get at least $6 for that. And I've got some celebrity toenails. I dug through Pamela Anderson's garbage for this, and I'd like to get at least $12 for those. And they'd just be like, we've got some fresh cow testicle jerky. You get it. Yeah, so listen to those. There's like 8 hours of those that they've done or so, maybe a little more. They're hilarious. Prank calls aren't really that big in the United States anymore. And the reason why is because caller ID became a thing. And once caller ID became a thing, it killed the whole prank call industry.
You never pick up the call of a random number?
I do, but like if you were, let's say, like running one of those shows, you're not going to expect like a New York area code to call you. And at the time, they didn't have like number switchers like the things they have today. So it would just be like, these numbers keep calling us, and you could call them and get them blocked. This one time,
I gotta go to sleep.
Just hold on. I've got one last story for you. So my friend,
Make it short.
I will calm down. My friend and my friend was at my house, and he was spending the night, and it was like the first time. Maybe he wasn't spending the night, but our parents were friends, and they were going out to like dinner, and I think they were gonna go to a casino or something like that. And my friend was over, and he's like, "You want to do prank calls?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's." I didn't really want to because I was a pretty good kid, but I don't know. We were bored or whatever. So we got on the phone and we started calling just random people in the phone book because like we didn't have any numbers to call. And we called this lady, and we were just like, we were laughing so hard that like we couldn't even breathe because like we were just having a good time. And so we were prank calling her, and we kept calling her, and she'd answer and we'd hang up or whatever. And we were having a really good time. Well, then this was like, our family had like pretty advanced phones, and they into them, and we get this call, and it was from the police, and they left we didn't pick it up, but they left a message. We went to the answering machine and listened, and they were like, this is Officer so and so. We've got a complaint that some kids are making prank calls from this number, um, and causing distress to someone. So my friend and I were like freaking out. We were like, I don't know, 11, 12, 13 years old or something like that. We were freaking out. And then we got this knock at the door later that night, and the police came, and we did not open the door. We just stayed quiet the whole time, and just like we were freaking out. Anyway, after we did that, that was like the last time, I think. I don't know if it was the last time I did prank calls, but yeah. So we got the police call. How do you like that?
What the hell did you say to the girl?
We would just kept calling her, and when she would answer, we'd hang up. And like,
She kept fucking picking it up.
yeah, and there was no way to. It was an old lady, and there was no way to like block somebody's call. Like today you could just block a caller, but back then you couldn't. And she didn't just leave her phone off the hook. She just kept picking up, and so we kept calling her. And this, I remember, my friend was saying. We said something like, "I can't breathe," or something like that. Something like, "Oh, I know what it was. I can't read." She was like, we just, because reading was new to us or whatever. And so anyone who couldn't read was like funny to us that um that somebody couldn't read or something. So when she did pick up one time, we'd be like, "I can't read," and she'd be like, "Who is this?" And it'd be like, "I can't read," and she'd be like, "Who's calling me?" And then we'd hang up, and then wait 5 minutes and call her back. And we did it like 3 times. We didn't even do it that many times. It wasn't an outrageous amount, but it was enough to piss this lady off, enough to call the police. And then the
How badly were you guys shitting
dude,
yourselves?
it was like it was by far the scariest. Well, we were super scared when they called and left a message on the phone, because I was like, well, we have to delete
How
this.
did they know the address?
They
Great.
Yeah, so back then you had a phone book, and everybody's telephone number was published with your address, and the police had a way to reverse a telephone number, which the normal person wouldn't have. So they just looked at our telephone number and knew the address, and then just came to the house. We were super scared when they called and left a message saying to stop bothering this lady. But then when the police came and knocked on the door, I remember we had like all the lights on in the house, and the police started knocking on the door. Then all of a sudden the lights went out. Like this officer had to be like, these kids are obviously home. And I remember like we were just like, it was almost like we were in a movie. When somebody's up against the wall, like breathing really hard, we were doing that. And just like, I remember being like, I'm never going to do this again. It was like one of the worst feelings. And so we had to delete that message on the telephone answering machine. And so we did. I didn't know how to do that.
What did they say in the message?
The message was just like, yeah, this is Officer Johnson with the county police, and we're calling to just investigate. We have prank callers coming from this telephone number. If you would please give us a call at whatever. And I think so we had to delete the message. And I remember being able to delete the message.
Is it actually a criminal? Is it a criminal offense though? Like, could you answer the door and be like, "We actually did nothing wrong. It's not illegal to call people"?
No, it is that much. It becomes criminal mischief.
Or at what point does it become harassment?
Yeah, exactly. Or it'd be harassment. Probably once she said stop calling me or something like that, or there's a way. But like if the officer came to the door, we were like 12 years old. I mean, they're not gonna lock you up because of that. They would probably, what they wanted to do was have our parents answer the door, and then our parents would punish us basically. After having a police officer there, we would be freaked out. But fortunately, our parents were still gone, and I remember this was like my parents were like, you know, we're letting you stay home by yourself for the first time with a friend, and um, my parents were with his parents, and they'd been friends since before we were even born, so they were very close friends. So anyway, we were able to delete the message, and then I remember um, being like, "Don't tell your parents." Uh, and he's like, "No, dude, no way I'm telling my parents that what we were doing." And when my parents came home, I fessed up, and I said, I think I told my mom because I didn't want to like upset my dad or anything like that. And I said, "Can I tell you something?" And I was like, "Sure, what's going on?" And I was like, "Well, my friend, was here and he wanted to make prank calls on our phone, and I didn't really want to do it, but he did. And so we called this lady like 3 times, and my mom was like, "Who's this lady?" And I was like, "It was just a random number we got in the telephone book." And then the police left a phone message and I think came to the house, and my mom was like, "What? Like, what did you guys say to her?" And it was like, we didn't say anything bad. We just kept hanging up on her, but it was enough to just annoy her. And my mom was like, "Okay." And then she told my dad, and my dad was like, "Okay, well, like, so this was like the next day or later that night or something. So you didn't get caught basically, or like they didn't um you didn't have to talk with them." And I'm like, "No." And I was like, "Okay, well, just don't do that again." That's all I remember. But yeah, that was the big thing. And when Color ID came out, it was such a game changer that if people didn't have it, it was like a difference between being a middle class family and a lower class family. It was a huge difference.
You had to pay extra for it?
Yeah, we're done. All right, sleep tight. See you tonight for Karen.
That was a fun little chat. I appreciate it.
We're Doug. Listen to those Howard Stern prank calls. They're absolutely hilarious. Tradio. It's hysterical.
Alright, sounds good.
Peace, Big Doug.
Alright, later.
Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations, and after great difficulty they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Avraham Bar Yaakov. Avraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view.
What up, Soy Lobo? Hello.
View of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them. but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that, God willing, we will have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because you said it all. So, thank you very much. And
you can ask questions, David, if no one else is ready to ask. No,
how are you?
Everyone is afraid it's the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second.
What's good, Soy Lobo? Can you hear me? Soy Lobo. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? How are you? How's your day going, Soy Lobo? That means I am Wolf.
Second question. We'll be good with that?
Maybe I will again act as the Tom during the Haggadah, asking simple questions, because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the boat. I will think of something very, very difficult, and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because, the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. And Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s. And then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing in big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Balei Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time or place, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be orthodox, small o orthodox. You can give us new thought. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published a theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean. He translated it into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. But it's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halachic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halachic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halacha, especially at the time of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and on, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question anyway, so I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that we will continue on the boat, and we will. We all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you. And now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We are a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes us really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people have been on our cruises before. They start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now Cruise Later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, which we keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. Talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine and eventually making their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazic heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Colonimus family settling there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazic Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum in England, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces. Amazing, based on the DNA evidence that they collected. They were also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion and eye culture and color and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. In fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't immediately dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Dolgan, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community living there. The title of the article is Genome-wide Data from Medieval German Jews Show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long in total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt or medieval Erfurt. You can see in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, they looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel. And at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, and then later one of her offspring actually their descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod, who was an Idumean. You have Helena of Adiabene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people and is actually buried in Jerusalem. You've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70-odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the 1st, 2nd century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, you definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazic heartland in central Germany, around the Rhineland. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago, if you work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest that that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observed that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this medieval image. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number 1 is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazic heartland. And the actual percentages, now it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence and later the northern Italian influence. But the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian peninsula. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
I'm gonna go to the Wolf Lodge just so I can become a man just like you. It's kind of the natural step you need after age 25. Like, okay, I can do this thing. Yeah. So are you saying I should wait till I'm 25 just for you already get your opportunity? I'm not ready. Gotcha. I mean, it gets scary, doesn't it? It gets kind of scary. I've heard. Yeah. But, oh, God. Yeah, that's going to take a couple more years until I can deal with that. At least. And I think that's one of the, isn't that brown thing? That's a slide, right? That just shoots you out of the end of it. I think that's one of the things you have to go on a regular launch. It's a rite of passage. That's a 70-foot dead drop to the water. There's nothing like it. There's nothing else like it. Not show business, absolutely not. A 70-foot, what's it called? A dead drop? It's a dead drop right to the water. You slow down at the ends. You gotta just like teeter at the edge. Plunge down. I can't even. How do you survive that even? Just by the grace of God. Just good prayers and good.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming cruising season because together with the amazing group of people at Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I'm planning to visit the Rhone River Valley, which is in the south of France, and it's absolutely a fascinating place for the development of Jewish history. It's the region of Provence, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas, connecting, as it were, the Iberian Peninsula with central France and connecting through Italy across the Mediterranean. Lots of ideas are flowing into Provence. A lot of translators like the Ibn Tibbons are living there, and ideas are just percolating. It's just so amazing. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, the great Benjamin of Tudela, who traveled to Provence and parts farther east of it, somewhere between the years 1159 and 1167. And he returned around 1173, so he's traveling for a good 14-odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in the so-called Masa'ot of Binyamin Tudela, and it's basically a very early travelogue written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors that seem to have crept in because it was copied so many times over and over again, and so-called optimized, where people shortened it and removed parts they didn't really care for. At any rate, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages because this is a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It can really only be done well by an army, which essentially what the Crusaders were doing something like this in that century, but by an individual if he was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish communities all along his route. And in fact, that's exactly what Binyamin did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like coral, he's very interested in coral, suggest that maybe it was part of the gem trade, the precious gems trade. But all the way along his travels, he dutifully notes the nature of the Jewish communities, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating to read. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he goes through Provence. As you can see from this map here, this is pretty reliably his route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but he heard about while he was traveling. He records those depictions as well in our text. But he starts out in Tudela, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. As you can see, the regions of Provence here have famous cities like Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Lunel, and Arles. These are all places associated with this great burgeoning Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that Binyamin of Tudela was actually there. He mentions some of the famous people who were alive that he met, like the great Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud, the Raavad, who wrote fantastic critiques of the Maimonides, with references to all kinds of people that, if you study Tosafot, you'll be quite familiar with them, the Talmud and so on. Really very interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dating from the 12th century, is really incredibly precious. He gives us lots of information about trade, about ethnography. He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of the Druze people in a non-Arabic source, the first European reference to China by that name, He gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time about, for example, the false Messiah, David Alroy, fascinating interlude. Every now and then, Benjamin or Tudela will spend way more time talking about something he's very interested in, and then go back to his more mundane depiction of travel and cities and things like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there. So obviously the people that he was in contact with at the time knew quite a bit about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heyday. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise in the Rhone River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching.
And we can get some Versace out of it. And I think you also get free passes for sacrifice. Get 6 months free. Nice. Yeah, 6 months. I mean, you're going to take it or you're going to leave them. They're offering your ass 6 months. What are you going to do? Graham, what are you going to do? I don't. Whoa, hold on. What were you doing? I thought you were always paying attention to what were. Yeah, I trapped your ass. I knew something was going on. I had a weird feeling. What's going on? What were you doing? I had a sense. I was pulling out
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher Riverboat Cruise.
That actually sounds like maybe a reggaeton artist. Medusa. Yeah. Maybe. I thought about it like that. Medusa!
I'm really looking forward to visiting this part of the world. And
he's gonna watch it all the time. It popped up on my Amazon the other day. It's like Scarface, but with Jamaican people, but it's like really low budget. That sounds cool. Yeah, that sounds really good. I just watched Scarface for the first time a few weeks ago. Yeah. What'd you think? It was fun. It was a very good one. Pacino, he's a lot of fun. Playing a Cuban guy. Yeah. I don't know if that would happen today, but still. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is fun. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while. It's like Italian, right? I think so. And what the person gets chainsawed in the bathroom is going to be gross. Yeah, that one was.
Today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the Brown Shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups, and some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them, almost all of them after this crescendo of violence. Workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. You can see they actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this, and it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews, in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, it was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jewry. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. And that's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost anywhere else in Western Europe and even Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, or discovered, and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time, before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against what Nazis were doing. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant, and they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected a few years after the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen, and it's actually really worth looking at because you can see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. He is a dock worker, but he's not like in the Soviet and certainly not like in the Nazi heroic model of like big bulging pectorals and things like that with a strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocity that is going on around them, and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, and especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage him. And I think that kind of collective spirit is so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when we visit Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching.
discover someone, ride with them, want everyone to know this is who I've been with this person from the beginning. See them reach a certain height and go, oh, fuck them. Bring them down. You see it all the time. Well, because our society's infested with bitches. Apartment-filled roaches. Our society's infested.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I am going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really excited about being part of Kosher Riverboat Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. And we usually take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life, like while we actually visit the streets where it happened, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, when is it scheduled? It's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry, and then we'll have a little bit of opportunity at the end to have for some Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the cruise if you are interested. Okay, so why don't I get started right away with the material. I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so, and then we'll go to the Q&A. Okay, so here we are. The origins of the community. First of all, let's locate it. Where exactly is Holland and Belgium, the Netherlands area? As you can see in this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's a picture of Holland in particular, the Netherlands in particular, which is made up of actually several provinces. North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this
I'm here, just
map
for a moment.
That shows the various administrative
I'm working on one of my devices. Can you hear me?
This map here, which of course shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level. And of course, you can see Amsterdam is like right in the middle of a lagoon there. It's it's protected by some kind of barrier island. But if it were actually to be inundated with the waters of the Atlantic, it would be flooded. So how is it possible that you have a city there? This is, and quite a bit of this region, really right up to the region of Utrecht, you can see it's completely below.
Shalom, I'm here. I'm working on one of my devices. Apologies. I've got to restart it. I'll be there in just a moment.
The origins of a very clever and well-known Dutch saying, God schiep die aarde, maar die Hollanders schiepen Holland, which translates as, and forgive my pronunciation, God created the world, but the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. What this is referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially, by managing the water and building up the peat and draining the peat, they were able to actually create serviceable land where the region could be actually farmed and you could actually build on. This really begins in the 14th century and it continued with great success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures. Here is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside in this region. You can see the Archimedes screws there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this massive region of very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement. This is where you get the term the Low Countries, because of course it is below sea level, and yet nevertheless it is in fact reclaimed land. Now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very interested in reading this. I recently read Russell Shorto's remarkable work on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, or the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where the nobility didn't own any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually ocean.
There we go.
And so
Apologies. How are you, my friend?
Peasants who
Doing great.
What's good? What's good in your neck of the woods, Stephen the Gangster Slotherson?
I'm just gangster, you know? Don't mess with me.
I don't want to mess with you. How'd you find out about me?
I saw you. You're just sitting in a pool by yourself.
Word, dog. Where'd you find me?
You look very handsome.
Oh, as always, just for you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Your Wi-Fi's not working.
I know.
Yeah, tell me about yourself, please.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Just for a moment.
Very quiet.
I know. My internet needs a second to catch up.
Yeah.
Just for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. For world peace, that's awesome.
Word, dog. Just one moment, my friend. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's not normally like this. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you hear me better now?
We're talking to the Rabbi of world peace.
Absolutely. Okay, so I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No, I haven't.
It's essentially someone whose entire life is on camera. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams right now. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you, the gangster, my friend, Stephen. I'm going to make you have I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I'm going to make sure that you and your friends become financially independent if you're not already. And I want to make sure to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
I mean, I'm already generationally rich, but I suppose more money couldn't hurt me.
100%. I mean, I want to make you a trillionaire.
Well, I mean, you might not believe this, but I kind of know the Prince of Saudi Arabia. Me and Dana White are close, and like the TKO boxing company's working out well. Yeah.
That's beautiful, my friend. Well then, but I'm gonna make you wealthier than even you are currently through data. I have absolutely. I've been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I want world peace, but I also want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm about futurology, and I'm about big ideas. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, things like space tourism, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates by the year 2028, which I think is just a really exciting project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Joe Rogan has met their dire wolves. I'm someone who is a big picture thinker. Now, you said that you're a person of means, so that's great. But for those who perhaps aren't, but even for you, I want to make sure that you're able to utilize any type of life extension technology that you wish. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like nootropics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, and perhaps cold shock therapy to get you to age 100, 120, past the average life expectancy that you had at birth of age 80. But then, once you get to 120 or so, you may say, Rabbi, okay, what's the next plan? And the next plan is known as mind uploading technology. If you want, this is all with your consent. We can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, in your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Stephen, the gangster Slautherston, is that you may be able to experience a type of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, going back to the African point, don't the Africans already have food and water?
Don't they already have what?
Food and water. You were saying that you were like
Some don't.
food and water, but like
Some don't. At least
they don't.
no. We have villages of people in Nigeria who don't
How
have
do
it.
they survive?
Pardon me?
Well, how do they survive? Surely, like they're just choosing not to like farm. I'm really confused.
Yeah, I mean, so they may have water in a neighboring village, but their village doesn't have a well. So we build wells where they don't have them in a convenient place.
Surely the neighbouring village isn't that far away. Why can't they just make like an African city and put wells everywhere?
I'd like to do that as well.
Cool. I do like the sounds of like Nigerian cities with water.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step.
I like to walk, so yeah, that sounds cool.
Excellent. If I may ask, you found me through Discord, is that correct, Stephen?
Yeah. I saw like you were sat alone and like people were shouting like rude things at you, so I decided like to stand up for you because I run like the Jewish people. So like when Muslims come in like saying that you do horrible things to children, like I'm like, no, you don't. Like, you're just trying to be like Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. As you can tell, there's a reason why I don't interact with people generally in those calls because they can be rude. But for people who are mature and willing to have mature conversations, I'm here to have them about helping people in the world.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, it's been nice talking to you. I have to like go scuba diving now, in the like because I want to go to the Great Barrier Reef one day.
Absolutely.
And maybe even with Titanic. Like so, I'm just gonna go scuba diving now. Nice talking to you.
Enjoy. Before you go, just know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. That I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Okay, thank you, young man. Goodbye.
Peace.
This is their time to shine because it's dead we have. And what keeps the heat out of my house? American Vision windows. And there was a stark difference between the old windows I used to have, the old flimsy aluminum ones, and the American Vision windows. Not only are they beautiful, but they keep the heat out. They're totally an energy efficient one. Energy efficient windows are the ones I'm talking about. Now, right now, there is a big deal on the table in American Vision windows for July. They continue to celebrate America at American Vision windows. July 4th is come and gone, but you can still take $17.76 off your project. Or you can finance a full pump of windows for $177.60 a month. A great deal right in time in July and August. American Vision Windows is built on a team of home improvement experts. I'm going to show you what's going to look great in your home, the style and needs in your home. And man, you're going to save a lot of money when you're not cranking that AC the way you are now. American Vision Windows, give them a call, 888-785-5713, 888-785-5713, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. On approved credit, minimum of 6 windows. Offers are 73125. Say something number 778-326. That weather today of isolated chance of thunderstorms this morning. Otherwise, Portland cloudy, highs in the low 70s and beaches. 70s to low 80s for Metro Inland and Lindo Sea. 80s to low 90s in the valleys. 90s for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Morning clouds and afternoon sun tomorrow. Highs are about the same as today, except in the Antelope Valley where it's going to top out about 100. And then we cool back down a few degrees for Sunday. 71 now in Fullerton, 69 in Huntington Beach, and we've got some slowing in Silver Lake on the run over.
Starting from just
Who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean? Then that would be ours, right? That wouldn't belong to the nobility. We could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this could be done is if we all cooperate with each other, because these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally we will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking of landless peasants deciding to cooperate and build a society together, you have the unusual fashioning of the Dutch mindset, the Dutch culture that really can be seen in so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedogen, or gedogen, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social pact and keep the polder drained and do what he needs to for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let live. Just let him do what he's going to do, as long as he is observing the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, then that will be okay. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see it certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America. They seem to be much more run-of-the-mill issues in the Netherlands. And what's especially important for us, although I hope you appreciated this very brief geology, land management kind of discussion as an opener, it has a huge impact on Jews, because Jews will be great citizens of this region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of a society that needs to hang together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live in great peace and tranquility in this part of Europe for many hundreds of years and created a very unique Jewish society. So that's what we're going to look at now, is a little bit of how that society evolved. Let's start, first of all, with where the Jews came from. Like, how did they get to the Netherlands in the first place? So we'll have to step back a little further, quite a bit further actually, and try to see how did the Jews get to Europe in the first place. So the very, very earliest Jews to reach the Netherlands were the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestry back to the region of Ashkenaz in basically northern Germany, the Rhineland. The term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and just one particular offhand reference. Later there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly unlikely to be located in northern Germany. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how they get there. And this chart, by the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record, where we have a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenaz, written several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history that can be written as a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process. But it's also been augmented, fascinatingly, with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters this traditional account. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which would be just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossally devastating Roman-Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century, starting in the year 66. That was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while. It was a series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70, with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kitos Rebellion in 117, and then a much bigger rebellion that in many ways rivaled the first war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the First War and in the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, which means time, moving from earlier in time at the bottom, later in time at the top. You have Jews in ancient Israel, and then in the first and second centuries, about 100,000 of them are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish community in Rome prior to the First Roman Jewish War. In fact, a good 200 years prior, but the massive influx happens in the first and second centuries. And then while they're living there, they're also integrating with larger society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire, and you begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done, as far as we can tell, through conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is referring to the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources and later bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews, primarily from the northern region of Italy, make their way up to the Rhineland, the cities of Köln and Mainz, Speyer, Worms, and they settle there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern-day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that that they had 4 specific mothers. I like to joke that their names were, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah, but probably not. At any rate, these people were, conversion is allowed within Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonimus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by 2 major discoveries that where the DNA evidence reveals that they were in fact descended from these people. In the English city of Norwich, and about the year 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well, and when and this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall, and they found this ancient closed-up well, and inside it was this horrific discovery of all these bodies jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to analyze the DNA in the bones and discovered that in fact they were very similar to modern-day Ashkenazi Jews, and that their DNA is going to match what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where, since we suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data, the people working with the skeletons asked for appropriate rabbinic guidance that said that you could work with the DNA in teeth that had been separated from the bones. And by analyzing the DNA of those teeth, the reason was because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to, disinter corpses or to rebury them and things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 33 bodies, and they found that just like the trove that was found in Norwich, these people were also closely related to them, and very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews, meaning there is a kind of a genetic bottleneck where, as opposed to like having all kinds of people mixing together in the region, here's this small group of people associated with modern-day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges. And there are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is a plague for breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and Tay-Sachs and all kinds of things like that. That Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are an acceptable marriage partner for the person that may be their intended. At any rate, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years until we get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically very related to that founder generation, that founder event, probably from the year 800. One last detail before we look at a map that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews, who eventually would move more to the east, they would be for various reasons, expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited into Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular. They would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars, who, around which there is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century, that in fact this argument goes that modern Ashkenazi Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews who mixed with the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the 1st century, a massive movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into Northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations will move very far east, where they will become much more dominant in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and its successor states. But that's basically the charting out the major DNA trackable population movements of Jews, which largely corresponds to what we know from the literary record. The Italian presence is extremely important. If you look at the DNA of the Ashkenazi Jews in Erfurt, that was the 1350 discovery.
How you living, Pam?
The Ashkenazi Jews there have about 15 to 45% of their DNA
I was about to go to sleep.
going back to the Middle East.
What's on your agenda? Okay, very well. How'd you find out about me?
Jewish population, and about 45 to 7.
Because of my friend also have been in this call.
Oh, very cool. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day, and when I get some sleep, I'd love to talk with you, okay?
Okay.
Peace, my friend. Goodbye. What a nice person.
50%, very large number, a large amount of their DNA is actually from the Italian populations with whom they lived for several centuries before making their way up into Europe. So that's basically how Jews got to Europe. How did they get to the Netherlands? So we have only a few isolated references of Jews in the Netherlands until about the 13th century. Then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest settlement of Jews are clearly in the Rhineland, which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west from the Netherlands. Don't forget that the draining of the swamps, the bogs that made up later would make up Holland was not really deeply underway until about the 13th century. So there's not a lot for Jews to visit there anyways. But nevertheless, you begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling Jews who end up in this region in the 12th and early 13th century. They're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really, really scattered references to them. This continues increasingly over the 14th century, but really big things happen in the 15th century. Let's turn to that now. This map is also really important. This is, of course, a map that describes the emigration of Spanish and then later Portuguese Jews in the wake of the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the forced conversion in Portugal of 1497 and the associated exodus of Jews from that region as well. Let's just pause for a second and think about what is going on here with this. To understand the Spanish expulsion and its massive impact on European Jewish history, we really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion to 1391. There was a that point a series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo the ritual of baptism, often done right then and there with holy water on the spot. And Jews were kind of deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless was kind of trapped within this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christians. And so you had this unusual situation that happened in Spain, and it lasted for about a century, where you had these people who considered themselves Jewish and yet were legally Christian and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that had required them to live in certain regions, only occupy certain occupations, never be allowed to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon, and there is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You had others who were deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them and would go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary. And then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along to get along, but still considered themselves very Jewish and married other crypto-Jews, or as they were called, conversos, or new Christians. So Jews actually, and I'm talking about now these crypto-Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up in virtually every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were literate, they were numerate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level that they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years, from those pogroms of 1391 until the eventual expulsion, you had this phenomenon where there was like a second class in Spanish society of people who traced their origins back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized, was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christians, or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so they had this whole purge-like mentality set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of all kinds of people that they thought were also Judaizing. This was, this information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would then go out and arrest those people, and eventually assumed all of society and got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family roots back to these converts, so there's a lot of weird psychological stuff going on there, argued that, why this is not working? Why we keep trying and trying and there's still these Jews active in Spain? The reason is because there are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. they're still maintaining schools, and they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of communal, intellectual, spiritual refreshment. So Torquemada argued persuasively before Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain, not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that is in fact what happened in 1492. They have this massive exodus. As you can see from the red lines, they're headed to North Africa, they're headed throughout the Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Sfat Renaissance in the 15th century, in the 16th century. The most significant number, of course, made the simple journey to the west and crossed the border into Portugal. What happened there is especially significant because King Manuel I had decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews who had a lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391. And he made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, but there's going to be no Inquisition for a good 30 years. Don't worry about things. You'll be all right. Thinking that eventually they would assimilate into Portuguese society. He was, of course, wrong. And when the Inquisition came in Portugal in the 16th century, it was even more brutal, if that can be imagined, than that happened in Spain. And so many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, would be Manhattan or New York City. And a lot of them went to the Netherlands. So you have this massive flux of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Nazio, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews, still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries. They could even travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of Gedogen, right? The illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling the Netherlands at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity. They're keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also in line with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, that was much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of a tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that, Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and that there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there, officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century, and they succeeded. They were tolerated, they were given permission to establish synagogues, they printed their own prayer books, things like that. And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, meaning, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenazim kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it was definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established, wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and as a distant second here, not even second, but famous for me at any rate, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting that, if you've heard any of my lectures on Acosta before, please forgive me, because I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It was very dangerous, of course, for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could bring the whole Inquisition down on them. So his parents ultimately, divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Coimbra in theology. And he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Oh, this is fantastic." And they moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with a Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this ideal of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, and David. He thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes they didn't demonstrate the highest level of integrity that he thought. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but a really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than once, and after a third, and he kept on coming back saying, "Please, I have to live among you, I can't be separated." Ultimately, after a third and literally humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after leaving a 12-page suicide note. Very moving document called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life that says a lot, in my humble opinion, about what Jewish identity means in the modern era. Now, sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that Da Costa has this. He's all dressed in black, and he has this, kind of claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, and he's got this 1,000-yard stare. He looks very somber and even a little morbid. And sitting on his lap is this, carefree boy with long golden curls, and he's languidly holding on to some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book that's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, painted this version of Spinoza excommunicated. He was a Jewish lens grinder who became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible, and he, in fact, essentially invented what would be called later biblical criticism. there's a lot more to say about Spinoza and more than we can spend here, but in many ways he is the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegally but officially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and, have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this painting you see his attitude of, well, I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza, but nevertheless, he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, for good or ill, depending on how you understand his thought. It was a place of tremendous activity, a tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark in printing, copper engravings that were illustrated that Haggadah and used on hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yalkov, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Avraham Bar Yaakov, who signed his name at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism, and he became a very important master copper engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families, even here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free from your local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah, published by the Maxwell House Coffee Company, is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah itself. So when we get to the 20th century, in this very quick overview, Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society, and one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in that history, and that's specifically during the Holocaust. Now, one of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of the Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can even see strikes, which means strike, and you get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling dissent, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi-occupied Europe. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sure I've forgotten the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of neo-Soviet hero with bulging pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s. He's overweight. He's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's a very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it when we're there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust was not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. And that's the sad reality of it. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. For those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and then I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer that would be helpful. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Okay, so let's see what I've got in the Q&A. Stacey M, thanks me for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. Their preferred terms are crypto-Jew or converso or even new Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Ms. Torres asks, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were inclined to acquiesce to Torquemada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, and because the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true, and in fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily an economic? Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning, Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all non-Christians from the Iberian Peninsula, make it not only totally Judenrein, but also Muslimrein, right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. And Christians were, well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement over the next century. Ms. Stacey M. reads that in one of the Jewish encyclopedias that the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the poor immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also they had a varying degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Bosboom writes, how is it possible that Dutch went from tolerance and striking against Nazi treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. You know, we should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitude towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, or Ukraine, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which is a very, very, very different kind of thing. So your question requires far more attention than we can devote here. But thank you. And Mr. Barron asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or a converso. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there where I discuss it in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for attending this webinar, and I hope you all have a fantastic day.
Seriously, dude, just get a graphic designer and describe it to me. Just have to do a really good job. Get the graphic designer to do it, and then have them erase his mind, and then you're good. That's true. Well, the two articles that we based a ton of our research off of. Now, one of them is an Angel Fire website. And if any of you know anything about Angel Fire, I'm surprised this one thing is because Angel Fire was back when I was like first getting on the internet. You started an Angel Fire account if you were online, like, and it was back when there was no lies on the internet. Everything was true. Now you got there's probably a chance I'm not going to believe it, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Baby, you give me ice. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things, but nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintain some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there in a very fascinating way. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews, so the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual, Lopo Ramirez. His father was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez. Núñez is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled, first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman, using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to kind of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So it's very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with Lopo Ramirez because, anyways, the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy, involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanus means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez, and he was told by an ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters. So 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away. And he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One of them, of course, had passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of cherem, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used nidui and cherem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status of nidui lasted a very long time, and Lopo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even build a synagogue there. But in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lopo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story, Lopo Ramirez, David Curiel. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching.
There's two different. There's a couple ways it worked. One, they were a species that lived here, and then when the Earth was changing from dinosaurs, they moved underground. But then they used their superior intellect to travel the stars, and they left some of their people here to try and keep the foothold on Earth and be like, hey, the stars, notice that. When they finally came back, they discovered that almost all of their people were destroyed, except for some very primitive people living underground. And these new, stinky, fleshy apes were running around, and they claimed to have dominion over the world. So they came in, and then they started making deals with ancient humans. I don't get it. Why would you make deals with ancient humans? What they do? Yeah, it goes back to the whole thing of, I guess it's just a time sacrifice. Like, why go to the trouble of killing all humans and save yourselves when you could just make a deal with them? Yeah, I guess that's true. Why don't you just kill everybody, and then you guys get the revolution? But I never liked his good man. Yeah, I'll make a deal with you. You are far more powerful than I am. Trust me, man. Yeah, I'm a 12-foot tall man. Nonetheless. Yeah, he's like 700 years old. Yeah. Well, things in those events were going, pretty swimmingly. Genetic experimentations, memory control, future weapons and stuff like that. Everything was going good. Until the late 1970s, when
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the course of my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Amsterdam later this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Yer Granboom of Amsterdam. And his story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start, first of all, by talking about the period of time in which he lived. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is the period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas. And there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's move with this, let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime. They were known as the Orangists. And there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews was so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish Orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually quelled in August of 1795 when the authorities of the Batavian Republic put the Parnassian, those were the traditional leaders of the old-style Kehillah or Jewish community, in charge, and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish quarter to make sure that people behaved. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community, here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it at the top, Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or queen or president or anything like that. But here it is. Anyways, it shows you some of the very profound patriotism and conservatism that's often evident in the Jewish community. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution that came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was not Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertate, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, if you have a look at some of the other videos where I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution happened in 1789, and when they proclaimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, the Sephardim, they're close enough to regular French people, we'll emancipate them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in the Batavian Republic. In 1796, September, the Jews there were also emancipated. They got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Asser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic, more oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah, the Kehillah of the community. The Kehillah leadership was typically made up of, obviously, men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that had stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, Many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen, and so on. The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community. And so they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace, and they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, separated, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community of Amsterdam, and they established their own Kehillah, which they called Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul called Adat Yeshua. We should understand that, today you have Jews and shul argue over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of herring in Kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate minyan and a new shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separations. You may have had several synagogues, but they're all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal, medieval kind of structure. And this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, about 50 years later, when Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Austritt, the separation, the secession of the more Orthodox-leaning Jews from the more liberal-leaning Jews in that city. So this actually preceded it by a good century. At any rate, you have this new Kehillah, and they had their own shul called Adas Yeshua. They appointed a respected community judge, a Dayan, to be their new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Ger Granbu. His years were 1738 to 1807. Now, we're going to return to him because he's the subject of our talk. But just understand, the membership of this Naya Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. Right? There's like a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than a large community, but it was certainly worth its weight in machlokas, in controversy between Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive on this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other, the new community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacking the new community for their uppityness and their separation and so on. And some of it reads like Purim Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those a little later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny, actually, and hardly liberal compared to what would be happening later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now, that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like, when is Mincha, the next prayer, and like who had a baby and who got married and who is sitting Shiva and who's sponsoring Kiddush and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that at the end of the services you make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular thing they wanted to make in Dutch. Oh yeah, Shamba. Secondly, and amazingly again, The new Kehillah insisted on singing Lecha Dodi together. Oh my God. Can you believe that? It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed in on a Friday night always has this particular psalm, or it's not really a psalm, it's a hymn that was composed in 16th century Tzfat in Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn, welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's, almost always sung in unison. Although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then singing parts to ourselves. But at any rate, the Naya Kehillah said, nope, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically the norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called piyutim, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric length epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, okay, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that can make the services really drag out. And they said, you know what? These things are extra. They're added later. They're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all of those piyutim. In most prayer books today, they will, they'll include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional piyutim. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Amsterdam. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the Naya Kehillah said that they would adopt the Sephardic minhag of eating kitnius on Pesach. There are certain foods which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, but Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not eating. But the Naya Kehillah said that since we are essentially starting fresh, we're starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim did. That's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of the things that we would see in Germany. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until King Louis Napoleon entered and said, we're going to stop all of this, and he abolished those innovations, but he said that the leadership of the Naya Kehillah has to be reintegrated, in some cases in leadership positions in the old Kehillah, and in that context they were able to ultimately affect a lot of policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger Brandl. So Ger, of course, means convert. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. He comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. His years, once again, are 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Ole Eshuis of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of Rabbi Brandl, and who posted in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's On the Mainline blog. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You can see kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands. It comes from the famous passage in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, of spiritual investment in prayer and so on, and on the pillar of acts of kindness. It's interesting that these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. But so what's his story? The family history is recorded by Israel Grandboom, who's one of the later descendants of the Grandboom family. His years are 1769 to 1842, and at the end of his life, he published the family history as a kind of a memoir. The patriarch of the family was one Jakob Granlund, who was actually born in Sweden in the 1600s. He was orphaned as a young boy, and he was raised in a military family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a final command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland, as we claim, that occurred in the 1650s. So not impossible that Jakob Granlund may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave him this command when he was a young boy, and later on in life, she would visit him in his dreams and say to him, "Why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investing yourself in the Pentateuch?" So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible, and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church, and he began to observe Saturdays as his day of rest. He slowly adopted the practice of keeping kosher and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to actually formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was, in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. We're talking about the early modern period, and there's a lot of restrictions on these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to this famously liberal place to study Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak, or Isaac. So that makes him, like the biblical figure, Isaac, the son of Abraham. The son, Isaac, ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi, and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Naya Kehillah. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire Jewish community. What an amazing individual, really fascinating story. I ordered a whole bunch of books, looking forward to learning more about this, and I hope you'll be able to join me on this cruise. And if not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam and Netherlands with you on video. Thank you very much for watching.
Is just such an interesting guy. He was a genius. He had his own military instruments company that he started and ran by himself. He was very successful. He was a pilot, very he really was American. But then when he started picking up transmissions coming from the base, he, for some reason, didn't think that it was, secure military information that he was capturing. He thought it was aliens. And when he brought it to the government, this is basically when his whole world shut down. Yeah, when he brings this, any sort of footage of all the pictures he's taken, because he also stated that he recently saw objects moving through the base, like all around, like coming in like super fast speeds. He said there's no way that anything of this technology exists like in our government. So when they were reviewing his information, they do this whole big presentation. They reviewed everything, and then sensitive, colored information, and he has pictures. He tests things about the subject.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple days ago, I came across a description of this amazing map, and I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. And I thought, wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map-making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the Atlas, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. And this was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews of this region were referred to with these kind of double name based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish holding part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when you get to nuclear physics and astrophysics and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout Europe at the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues written by people like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptachia of Regensburg, and others who record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration time, and they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum, and you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from, I really have to take a minute and thank our sponsor, Kosher Riverboat Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going down to the Rhone, the south of France. We've been to Venice. We've traveled the Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box so you can go look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it, it was just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded out. So you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first two leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which are more like things like that. It's absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they were original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I shouldn't use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era, because there are basically two ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from the century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. Very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan Atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just, a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which, of course, is very familiar to us now. Even those of us who only use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazingly different, is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Portolan charts, which are much more, prosaic, and he provided something with just like a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is a representation. You can see on the upper right that's actually zooming into. This is I've taken a screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there, and it's zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table, and they probably walk around the table to read it from different positions, because sometimes the material is presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the Portolan maps, but also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political. Like you can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa that actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous, wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements, like that big red swath on the right there is actually the Red Sea. which the map maker is careful to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic. It says the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular watercolor, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the land of Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, from Sharmon, down into the Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separated quite far from each other. And of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron, although there are, of course, many, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because if you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless, he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information, like, for example, Gog and Magog, these principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China, apparently. Who knew? And he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas would be discovered by Europeans. So it's absolutely fantastic, packed with information, and had a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things in my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish golden age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there was some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world-class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Like today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud, or writing Jewish books, or creating Jewish art, or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like president of the United States, or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, named Samuel ibn Nagrela, who was also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years, right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people, because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, and hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talents to the book. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of book illumination in which an entire page is covered with incredibly ornate decoration. Like here, for example, you can see a Quran, which has typical kind of, lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that, would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. Like, for example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service as described in the Bible. And on the right, you see, the menorah and various other appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous material. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan Atlas with me. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises, because we do some absolutely fantastic things as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Advise them on everything from mining techniques and drilling techniques to collections or health and things like that. They're deep into every part of life. Julian, and this said you like, you gotta look at it, just read it. It's a quick read, but I mean, it comes back to just the meaning. It started in 79 and he ended in the late 80s. I don't know what you gave me. They talked about how the was a much of the meat with the aliens, whether those they base near the mountains that are virtually amazing. There you go. Wonder they are. And then you have all sorts of different species coming from all sorts of different galaxies and dimensions. And see, that's an alien agenda. For me, the thing is, like, these extra dimensional aliens,
Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and to tell you how it's
even existing because they are not around. Wouldn't it stand to reason that they would not be able to be here? Possibly, maybe. I don't know because I'm not
excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about cruising.
I have seen some hand-drawn diagrams of the place. It's kind of funny.
In the Netherlands and cruising once again on the Rhone River in the south of France. These are places where there's so much rich Jewish history. On so many cruises, we have the opportunity to look at the depth of Jewish history in a particular place. But it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Lyon and to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical precedents. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge and, of course, at dinner and as we explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in just a few months.
So seriously, you just get a graphic designer and describe it to me. You say, I feel okay, I'm doing a really good job. Because get the graphic designer to do it, and then have them erase his mind, and then you're that's true. Based a ton of our research off of. Now, one of them is an Angel Fire website. And if any of you know anything about Angel Fire, I'm surprised this webpage is still
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi Synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam, you can see it is the grand building on the right. And in this kind of fanciful image, I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue, these two massive edifices of the built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Makom, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. At any rate, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazim and who are the Portuguese and what are they doing there together. So here's a map of the region, and the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam, which Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water, and the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, ROTHSCHILD, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto Jews? Because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed in many different classes, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But at the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Marranos. That is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship of the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. They could do all kinds of things. And many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly re-adopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And then finally, you had a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazim. So we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim, the ROTHSCHILD, the High German Jews. Now you have the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto-Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Sluys. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in particular. This video is based on research from this article that was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association. Kind of like, seems like an interfaith or, a communal dialogue group of some time or another. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority primarily as second or third in command. And he put many, many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, a member of the Order of Orange in Nassau. In happier times at a wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right. And this is an undated photo, but he is in the top hat, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Holland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sluys, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat, because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews their extra powers that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe like Sluys, and we see others like Adam Chernyakov in Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go, but that was their thinking as they moved through it. And we see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Judenrat leaders of how they hoped to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenräte across Europe. The members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then on the last train to deport them, they included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sluys was eventually murdered at Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi synagogue. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis of the congregations and very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities, the Parnassim. Quite often these got quite rancorous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Slois talks about is that in the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more lashon hara, evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues, and all kinds of things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There is a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the another Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. It's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable, but that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazic, and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They were really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, a new cantor. His name was Yechiel Michal of Lublin. He was apparently a very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic, and we assume as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice, a cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around quite a bit to figure out what exactly did he introduce. In the Dutch is he started using a zinger and a bass. So apparently what he would do when he was actually leading the prayers, and this is totally not traditional in Orthodox synagogues, and this of course is an Orthodox synagogue, and this is well before you had Reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer or cantor that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, I imagine kind of like a two guys standing behind him who would like make his singing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. Halacha, for example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except in prayer. And the zinger and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazic synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the end of the reading, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that reading, called the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, or pledge a donation, because you can't make a donation on Shabbat, and also mention, his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings confer upon them. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-zinger bas and the anti-zinger bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah in the Meshaberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel and the zinger and the bas who sing so beautifully, and that would provoke the anger of the other camp. and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Lib Charif, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaler. And anyone who started trouble during Mishpash would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while. But then after Rabbi Lib Charif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name is Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish. Very, very well-regarded scholarly individual. But he didn't last, unfortunately, very long, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and this Sabbath, the idea is, the Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person, so you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in the year 5470, or September 7th, 1709. A violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over the use of the bas and the zinger. It was so awful that the rabbi, Aryeh Leib, had a heart attack. And, right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. It would not return. And they punished those who were rabble-rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away on November 9th. And the community went into that year significantly chastened. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own behavior in synagogues. Thank you very much for watching.
This is for you too. Come on in. It's hard to read it. It's seriously, these articles were very detailed in those areas. I really do feel that the guy was getting a little bit too much out of it when he was writing them. So I'm getting a little hot and heavy for you. Oh man, those girls are screaming. I can't believe it. No, they didn't. It kind of looked like this. Searching all day long to try and see if somebody has recreated that. But it is. Oh my God, I cannot wait to read the Permanent Death Whistle. That'd be so much You're telling me that wouldn't stop alien life if you started using that thing?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, with the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of hedonism. But when you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, you see that it's really
more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas, and New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea. Let's all do this. Let's all tolerate difference. And all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided upon. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important moment before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, unlike the United States of America with, and these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, things like that. There isn't like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. And let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews really came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity, as we see, of course, with figures like Uriel da Costa and shown here, Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit, maybe in the next lecture. But for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant Netherlands. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they want to relate to the Jews. I'm following the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Swetczynski, who wrote in one of the classic works, a composite history of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Lithuanian Library in 2021. And with regards to the material on Martin Bucer in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Els, which was really great. You're going to see that. Okay, so who are these two figures that we like to look at? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Bucer, who lived between 1491 and 1551. Very important Protestant Reformed thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, in 1518, he said, "That's it, I'm leaving the church." He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was, like Luther, excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissenting movements, but it was only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement begins to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Now, Martin Bucer is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means, like, bringing together different groups of religious values, but that means ecumenism without Jews, meaning like between Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg, but his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at him. He was one of the early communicators or shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should relate to its Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538 when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave or Landgraf, he came from Hesse, Germany. He asked Martin Bucer, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Bucer formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pole on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Bucer was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily offending this emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, let's go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine of Hippo in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to wear a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the flood libel and host desecration charges, and after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including in this image in Strasbourg, where Bucer himself was active. Go back to that kind of model. Or, Philip's wondering, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us, because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way, but was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. Right? The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that only people who were within the guild could practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge that. So they said, just let us do other things, any kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild won't let us, and so on. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be, held to the same standards as everybody else. and they should be, permitted to go to Jews. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but it had already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state, and the interest rate was regulated and so on, which is not such a bad proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those communal requirements. This is also something we see, in the way the Kehillah structure was functioning anyways. Fifth, the Jews will be happy to pay a tax to the Landgrave, meaning to Philip himself, right? So that was definitely a nice proposal, a petition that he liked. Six, and this is one that we're not sure, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that we do see right up until the 18th century, really, that in some communities, Jews are required to attend church once a week, and attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to, engage in any kind of polemic, pushing back against Christianity. Okay, so anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped that Bucer would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestantism will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in his work, he published this book in 1523, dass Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei, that Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Wow, that's a really interesting kind of title that seems to emphasize that Christians should, pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Seems like a good thing. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart, like a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, Von den Juden und ihrer Lügen, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. And so Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and then later, when they don't convert to his faith, he becomes really quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel near 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So that doesn't sound like a good start for the Jews. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic, meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic charge that goes way back, even to Greek and Roman times, because, Jews have certain, club rules, if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food. Or if you want to become a Jew, a male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must hate everybody else as a result of these things. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Right? Nasty. Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and the church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So not a very auspicious beginning to the castle advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So basically, after these 5 principles, Bucer lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable for the Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible. They are forbidden to study the Talmud, right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be, and so therefore you've got to forbid the Talmud. 3, no new synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Omar in Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. Right? I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. And finally, the same things we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the castle advice begins with 5 really strong religious injunctions. By the way, you'll recall the petition started with the economics and later added the religion. The castle advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, that's basically money lending, commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of the finance. Meaning, Jews can continue to lend money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, and this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Bucer or a quote from the secondary source, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. Wow. What kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed. Ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, lime burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and laundry. Right? Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue, those occupations, and that's it. And third, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Bucer saying, listen, if we were to do this right, we would expel the Jews from Protestant lands, like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple of hundred years from many different parts of Catholic Europe. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions we want. Right? Pretty harsh kind of medieval strict ruling that takes everything that's worst about the pre-Protestant era and brings us forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the castle advice. As we would say in Hebrew, Baruch Hashem, thank God. He said, that's just way too much. And remember, there's an economic motive here. I mean, the Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local lord, so we should take advantage of them. Now, he still maintained a very close relationship with Bucer, primarily because Philip was also a very strongly anti-Catholic ruler. And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment this time was absolutely nasty. If you look at this remarkable woodcut that appeared during Philip's tenure tenure. Philip apparently read it and was deeply pleased with it. He shows on the right a Pope, I believe it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and two German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass wind at the Pope, saying, "This is essentially what we think of your decrees." This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out at that time. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention here. I mean, the Jews kind of dodged a bullet because Philip would not approve this castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote, because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christine of Saxony. And it was apparently a very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to her. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, "Listen, we're doing this new thing, right? Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in bigamous relationships, but are Protestants allowed to do so?" And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and I actually look at the text itself. I see that Abraham had multiple wives and Jacob had multiple wives, so why not Philip? And he had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sale, who was an associate of his current wife, and he basically coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Margareta von der Sale as well. When the scandal of this broke in the population, reflected poorly on all of them, but nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that Bucer had to make to try and have his connection to royalty as well. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme pole where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond, chimney sweeping and, digging the trees and things like that. And thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. Now, on the other side of the coin, also happening in the same century, there's remarkable work by Dirk Volkers von Kronheld, fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus van der Conscientenvrijheid. I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. Well, so what's his background? First of all, he's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was aged 29, 12 years his senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a copper engraver. He had some artistic talents, and he ended up becoming an all-around kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics into Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry. He got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as being a unique early beacon of tolerance, this Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod. Synod is normally like a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic. And it was modeled on and kind of like reflective of a church synod that had happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book. And it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before the king of the Khazarians. That's the book, the Kuzari. So Kurnher also used a similar kind of device in the sense that there's a synod and there are all these characters speaking in like a play format, a dialogue format about their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish, Gamliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 through 39. Interesting discussion there of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity You have a look there if you're curious about the context. And basically, Gamliel, who is probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Kornhard, but in Acts, on Rabbi Gamliel, the great Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who was actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there's some political license here, or poetic license, that the scripture is perfect. And of course, Kornhardt's Gamliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect, but people can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes reading it, and we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other's differences. That's the basic thesis of this amazing work, really. And they go through all kinds of issues. You know, Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points, and Gamaliel goes on to say, you know, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons. And wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience? Of course, the entire book is about religious conscience. He advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for, you know, no boundaries between religions to allow people to converse at will. And by the way, it was still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen from time to time with a certain amount of scandal. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship that they wanted. This was, you know, really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, you know, it's 200 years before we get to even the discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in their midst. And in many ways, he's something of an intellectual hero and patron of the Jews for that reason. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century is a period of tremendous change. It is a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates Northern Europe. There's, you know, armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and counter-reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including, for our purposes, those Portuguese new Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the Netherlands. There's a tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that as a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. And so the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how do we find ourselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and an almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for, I think, a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching.
Indeed, the scope of Casalo's investigation was so large that any one of a large number of areas of research could have been a trigger for a possible hit. When authorities declared his death a suicide, was sound, indeed upbeat, after the completion of his book. Kosolov started his work nearly 2 years before, investigating the bankrupting of a small repair software company called Intel, allegedly by the United States Justice Department. Intel, a company headed by Bill and Nancy Hamilton of Washington, D.C., no connection to researcher Bill Hamilton, whose writings on the Dulce Enigma appear later in this volume. Britain had developed a package known as PROMIS, short for Prosecutor's Management Information System, to act as a case management tool for the Justice Department's unwieldy workload. Intel President Bill Hamilton has claimed that Meese associate Earl Bryan was getting control of pirated versions of the PROMIS software by Meese to sell back to different United States government agencies for great profit. Two courts have so far agreed with Hamilton, awarding an $8 million judgment to hire Justice Department. Britain Court of Appeal has questioned the verdict, declaring it was not the jurisdiction of the lower courts. As of October 9th, the case has moved under federal.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century, and it has so many fascinating little bits of, wow. You know, I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. You know, most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning, you know, there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Juden castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well, that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin, probably for one of the participants in the deal who, you know, wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Houverlot. His years are 1846 to 1929. And I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes et documents sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives, essentially the Review of Jewish Studies, in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. It's very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, you see it's got this interesting, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, there it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with payos, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and you can see it's also written down there in the bottom in Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, and then Yoel, and then a strange word, Gulcha, which he translates as Jacob, And in the abbreviation, Beit Hekuf, he renders as son of the saint or son of the Holy One. The Hebrew word would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names. A man, the son of his father, is a typical way to sign their names. What is this title? Kadosh or holy? It's not that common. But when you figure out the dates and you say that this document is from 1378 to 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name. Maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a kadosh? Why would he be a martyr, someone who died al Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of the Black Death. Could be, we don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that Emil Little found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about 1.5 feet down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, but in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of human graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Now let's look at this in greater detail. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine block Hebrew print, Assyrian print. Thankfully, you can read most of it, but Emil Little provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word, nifutachat, which means engraved. Okay. Even echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word even, stone, is an irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a hey, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read even achat with a taf. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community, high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it, or people will let it slide. I don't know. It's interesting. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Vehi mitzvah larosh marat Rivka bat Reb Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered in the feminine, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is an honorific title. We would translate this into English as something like Madam or Mrs. perhaps. But it's strange because typically, if you're going to use Marat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned in her deceased husband is not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Reb Moshe. Her father's name was Moshe. Sheniftera b'shem. and she died with a name. Now, if you look at the stone, and Overlill writes about this, it seems to be written Bishav with a V at the end of the word rather than a final mem. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time and the difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The letters are very similar except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than Bishav. Bishav would mean something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word B'Shem, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat, meaning, Mrs. or Madam, and honorific. Interesting. We don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chameshat Alpayim B'Shisha Tzar, which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right, the Anno Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why it's one of the two, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the above, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to calculate their numerical value or something like that, but Overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says, the Nocha B'Gan Eden, and her rest is in the Garden of Eden. A fascinating reference, opens up so many questions, but what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
This led former intelligence operatives to speculate that we may be witnessing a very sophisticated intelligence operation being played out in public. Former FBI Special Agent Ted Gunderson speaks for Nazi-Ukraine's credibility. Gunderson, who lives in Manhattan Beach, has worked for Nazi-Ukraine for many years in his capacity as private investigator. Together, according to Gunderson, they were responsible for thwarting a terrorist operation during the Los Angeles Olympics. According to Gunderson, Nazi-Yudo was well known in certain circles as a genius in almost all sciences. The so-called drug operation broken up in Washington State was an electro-hydrodynamic mining operation, claimed Gunderson, using Townsend Brown technology. A videotape view of wireless journalists revealed metallic powders and appearing processes unrelated to drug manufacture. Indeed, a government analysis of soil samples revealed the absence of drug contamination, but a high concentration of barium. Barium is often found in high-voltage related work. Unsubstantiated information from an intelligence source claims that the current situation is the visible effect of a war currently going on in the intelligence community between a group centered in the CIA called Aquarius, around the powerful center known as MJ-12, and a group known as COM-12 centered around naval intelligence. COM-12 is repeatedly trying to sustain or regard action to sustain and preserve constitutional government and is deliberately leaking information damaging to the former group. In the same publication, same issue, there appeared a follow-up article just following the one given above. Written by Thomas Sett, the article, titled Walkenhut's Connection with the Black Project World, stated, the Walkenhut Company is a very close connection to the world of Black Budget projects. Besides being connected with the Capstone venture mentioned in this issue, it is also responsible, according to Jay, computer consultant Michael Rapinazzi.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see from the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands. and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling, modern Jewish community. Very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians for already, a generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Usque, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, a really remarkable book, the Portuguese Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal. That is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to re-adopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. Here she is, most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Il Bronzino. This painting is called La Donna in Rosso con Bambino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. At any rate, the Nasi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 and on, conditions begin to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country when there were about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, I think the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west at this time. So you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans, begins around this time, 1881 till 1917, when the country will collapse and then there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There's a lot of finance involved, there's a lot of detailed work with gem cutting, and there's a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, about 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, when about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population, of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion. Many of them realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in many of the other countries and surrounding regions. So a large-scale flight of the Jews of Antwerp began, and they went primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology simply could not be overcome, and so the Jewish badge was instituted, and there was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, the some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places where they had successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few would remain in the end. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews who were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today, a very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools there. Really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this with you on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching.
At this time, we also heard voices that sounded like radio transmissions. The voices were not understandable, but they were there nonetheless. The same light pattern was seen by myself and Edmund Gomez as we sat on the cliff. At about 1 o'clock, we also heard voices. At one time, we thought we could hear trucks moving, but we could not be sure about this. After 2 o'clock, there were no more sightings or sounds. On Monday, the 24th of October, 1988, the entire party climbed to the peak once again. We were looking for evidence that there had been a crash of an experimental aircraft flown by an Air Force general in 1983. This crash was reported in the newspapers for 2 days as a small plane vanished up. The craft was rumored to be a captured UFO flown by Americans. We were hoping to prove that there indeed had been a crash, but also to find some physical evidence. Dr. Benowitz reported that the craft had clipped off a large tree in its descent and hit another tree, regained altitude, skimmed over the peak of Recoleta, and hit a third tree in the valley north of the peak. It was then reported to have hit the ground, flipped over twice and came to rest. We found the trees as reported by Benowitz. They were all in line with each other and the final resting place. The first tree was about 40 inches in diameter. It was hit about 30 feet off the ground. There was no fire. I have taken samples of this tree for analysis. The other two trees were small, approximately 12 to 20 inches in diameter. There was evidence of fireflies. Samples of these trees were also taken. Between the second tree and the third tree, we found large pieces.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Zusskind, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these Judenräte is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and then the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenräte, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adrian Czerniaku in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Zusskind of Amsterdam. Zusskind was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism the Nazis had inspired, he and his wife, and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany, and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Hollandsche Schouwburg, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Zusskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halverstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Enriquez Pimentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by a man named Johann van Proest. And from there, they will be taken away in whatever means they could. The small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involves a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Zusskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Zusskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers, but he had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam over one of the many canals as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolutely inspirational. Thank you very much for watching.
At the same time, it became extremely luminous, lighting at least half the sky. There was a display of various colors, yellow, pink, green, and a shower of sparks. Then the object floated on itself and disappeared. Annexes, maps, New Mexico maps, the United States Geological Survey maps, Word Canyon. Photos, photo witnesses, campsite, Mount Argo 11. The trajectory was about 2,000 feet above the lowest point under the estimated path of the object, which is the Navajo River, elevation 6,600 feet. And Chapter 3, Dulce, New Mexico, and a Cosmic Conspiracy. John Lear, a captain of a major United States airline, has flown over 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed records in the Lear jet and is the only pilot ever to own every airman certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. He has flown clandestine missions in war zones and hotspots around the world, often engineering their escapes under dangerous conditions. The former Nevada State Senatorial candidate, he is the son of William P. Lear, designer of the Lear jet executive airplane, the 8-track stereo, and founder of the Lear Senior Corporation. John Lear became interested in the subject of UFOs 13 months prior to the name given to him. After talking with a friend in the United States Air Force by the name of Greg Wilson, who had witnessed a UFO landing at Bedwater Reserve near London, England, during which 3 small gray aliens walked up to the wing commander. Since then, Lear has checked his contacts and intelligence, investigating the allegations that the executive and military-industrial branches of the United States government knows about and with alien forces.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Penso de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1650 to 1692, and he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verbandskapslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right, hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean, huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the
officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significantly connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European International Exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews. And in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13 Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be, well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to José de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Penso Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism, right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg, and there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and has given out about 80,000 guildens, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions, and it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer and has all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you. First, the first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down, and you don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for it later. Second rule, accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, And it relates, I think, to the first two rules. Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but it goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles, the next is coal. One moment, diamonds, the next pebbles. And the profits that you earn, they can like blow up tremendously, and they can also, be moved almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The fourth rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on the European Stock Exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and of my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Was that in exchange for technology that they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the cattle mutilations. We assured engagement that the abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. In fact, the purposes for the abductions turned out to be: 1. The insertion of a 3mm spherical device through the basal cavity of the abductee into the brain, optic of door and nerve center. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. 2. Implementation of hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the actuation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. 3. Termination of some people so that they would function as living sources for biological material and substances. 4. Termination of individuals WHO represent a threat to the continuation of their activity.
These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America.
Does this sound incredible? An actual list of abductees sent to the National Security Council. Read on, because I have news for you. EFs have a genetic disorder in that their digestive system is atrophied and not functioning. In order to sustain themselves, they use enzyme or hormonal secretions obtained from the tissues that they extract from humans and animals.
Good morning, fellow students. We're docked in Amsterdam now on day one of our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of fantastic places and learn something about the fascinating history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising with Kosher River Cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills to be able to extend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching.
Yet there was no vascular collapse of the internal organs. This has also been noted in the human mutilations, one of the first of which was Sergeant Jonathan Pilavant at the White Sands Missile Test Range in 1956. He was found 3 days after an Air Force major had witnessed his abduction by a disc-shaped object at 0300 while on search for missing debris downrange.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So, yesterday was just an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century, and really is a testament to the magnitude, and as we shall see, the generosity of the Portuguese immigrants in Amsterdam and what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews had just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at the symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like the phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Greek and Egyptian myths for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologos. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to them, what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so we have lots of representations in Christian art. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children's future life, which is kind of gross, but there you go. And the comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews, and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there were 3 of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. Really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
Which is electromagnetically secure, is the Everett Air Force Base in Rabbi, California. The officer names, as previously mentioned, plus a few others: Harold Brown, Richard Helms, General Vernon Bolgers, JBL's Dr. Helen and Dr. Theodore Van Carmen, to name a few of the current and past members of MJ-12. The officer also relates to the fact that the EMs claim to have created Christ. The EMs have a type of recording device that has recorded all of Earth's history and can display it in the form of a hologram. This hologram can be filmed, but because of the way holograms work, does not come out very clear on movie film or videotape. The crucifixion of Christ on the Mount of Olives, this actually took place on the hill of Calvary, not the Mount of Olives.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures from this, because of course it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations, but this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows their brought to Mechelen.
You know, we walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing, the 2 guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography here from here, and it was like in 5 languages, you know, it was in Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian, it was every language, trying to match up where everybody came from. And, you know, we're having a live Jewish moment. One of the beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here.
A few pages of which laid down several years ago that detailed the super-secret NSA project, which had been denied by the Montreal just recently. In a letter to Senator John Klein, NSA's director of policy, Julia B. Witzel, wrote, apparently there was an Air Force project with the name Aquarius, which dealt with UFOs. Coincidentally, there is also an NSA project by that name. NSA's Project Aquarius deals specifically with communications with the aliens. Within the Aquarius program was Project Snowbird, a project to test fly a recovered alien aircraft.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, and I made a couple of short videos about a few of them, the highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Herenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top it says Beit HaKnesset, right, synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, using the Hebrew word you will praise. That works out to the year 1704. And that's, okay, interesting, charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and it describes the story. And you can see that under the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied, that is by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you'll frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the Synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rowed the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg and nearby Viera. Viera would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in this story. And then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core. And then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, or a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and then there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikveh is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows that the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of the fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher River Cruises in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. By the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Odd Voss and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. And so I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middleburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 50 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middleburg. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middleburg, from the city council of Middleburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll. That attracts more Jews. And ultimately, you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are, until the day of today, we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, she was just her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
He was a little boy, 4 years, and he said always when we walked to the bookshop, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, of the Jewish family. And I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn on Friday night, my Jewish candles was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middleburg. I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Voss, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middleburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people had Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round challah, and the man from her, he makes the blessing about the challah. And we walked back and he said, oh, we had celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing, so it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building, but we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam, in Antwerp, my rabbis, and the whole year I had cassette decks, and I learned Alemus Lishibea. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back, and I thought, when Hashem decides, if we go to shul in Middleburg, I go to pray every day there. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam. You know Adon Olam? I think she was another 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started, and then I got working. And we started with the Friday evening, one Friday evening, the women made coffee and little apple and everything. The people come, and more people come, and so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says, we have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah. And I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had learned L'Chadodi to sing. And I said to the people, we sit like this, I can sing L'Chadodi, shall we? And I learned them L'Chadodi singing. And then they wanted more, and I learned more. And so we started with only L'Chadodi on Friday night, to the whole service now on Shabbos and on the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on, their circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a Pidyon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
And since that time, we have on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in the synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people from Rotterdam who start here to work. Not from Sunday who work in Rotterdam, but who wants to live in Middleburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning we have millions. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, and they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was crying on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg walking. Today, I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and tzitzit, and it was a discussion, and I was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for me, but I think also for here, to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that you are still there. And
it was so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Odd Fox. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the children good. And we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, that's all. We meet tomorrow you in the synagogue, and to see you all, and when you have some questions, we can talk through the night. Thank
he's like, some seventh grader like practicing really hard, and he goes up to do his death whistle solo, and everyone starts screaming. It was used for Day of the Dead rituals, but then they also used it.
The fast of the 10th of Tevet, which this year falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts really in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many very sad things that happened in Jewish history, perhaps the most significant of which, however, that marked the beginning of the fall of Jerusalem. That is the first fall of Jerusalem, resulting in the Babylonian captivity. Over the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is just think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant within the context of Jewish history, and then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century to just reflect for a few minutes on, how that affects the Jewish world today. Judaism regards Jerusalem as the navel of the world. This is actually a phrase that occurs in rabbinic literature. And this is something that they have in common, in particular with Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous cloverleaf map of Heinrich Bunting. And he represents here the world in a very fanciful kind of way, like a cloverleaf, at the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. Look a little more closely at it, you can see that England is kind of stuck off the edge here, and then you've got even America, the Neue Welt, right, the New World with some sea monsters threatening boats and things like that. And over here, looks like a merman, perhaps, or maybe it's a mermaid, hard to tell from this position. And then, of course, right at the center, representing the axis of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in many ways reflecting the fact that at the edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, the city through which one had to pass if one was traveling by land between those three continents. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the three crosses standing outside of Jerusalem clearly indicates Bunting's Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, the sentiment is the same. Jerusalem is the navel of the world. It is at this time, though, on the fast of the 10th of Tevet, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in this 17th century depiction. But it marks a turning point in Jewish history because it refers to a point when Jews were forcibly expelled from their land. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that reads, "And in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around." Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the 10th of Tevet, marking this particular historic event. There are a few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowhead discovered in the region, but there's definitely left a tremendous scar on the Jewish psyche. The massive exodus of Jews from Jerusalem, shown here in James Tissot's famous rendition, took them all the way out to the region of Mesopotamia. You can see in this map traveling north and then curving around the region of Syria, following the Euphrates River down south into the heartland of Babylonia, where ultimately they would establish communities, and ultimately the Talmud would be written in Babylonia. But at the time, it was an incredibly difficult exile and very painful for the Jews. It's very well expressed in this remarkable piece of art by Edward Berdemann, who was a German Jewish artist from the 19th century. And you can see in the outsides of the frame is a quotation from Psalm 137 by the rivers of Babylon, their wastes. We sat down and we wept when we remembered Zion. And you can see in the image towards the left-hand side, there's the mysterious-looking kind of ziggurat-like architecture, the foreign, strange architecture of Babylon by the Euphrates River. And the paterfamilias here is comforting. Looks like his youngest daughter there while he is chained.
and he is holding his lyre because, of course, the forces of Nebuchadnezzar forced the Jews to sing songs of Zion. And this really is a very beautiful expression of the sadness which is greater destruction. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed for all of the territories that the Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harkened back to the pre-exile era. This particular item, which looks like a corn in the cob, but it's just a way of promulgating official documents. You can see it's incised with a cuneiform stick onto the actual clay. This proclaimed the ability of many of the peoples in the Persian Empire to return to their ancestral worship. In the case of the Jews, this was extremely welcomed because they were able to return to Jerusalem, shown here in the Persian region of Yehud, which is the named region that would later be called Judea, and they were able to reestablish the temple for several hundred years. In the first century of the Common Era, however, the temple was destroyed yet again, this time by the Romans, and in many ways a much more fearsome destruction than that of Nebuchadnezzar, and a much more long-lasting exile as well. Here you can see a schematic map of the city of Jerusalem. You can see by the topographic lines how the city is built on the top of a hill. There are hills all around this region, right in the middle of the Judean mountain range. And the rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels, who unfortunately engaged in very heavy infighting and fought with each other so bitterly that they even destroyed each other's siege foodstuffs, the stores that they had set aside to protect themselves against a long siege, which of course actually literally suicidal, such as in the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the Romans finally broke through its defenses, and 960 men, women, and children who were living at that mountaintop decided to commit suicide rather than turn themselves over to Roman captivity. But looking at the city here, you can see that 4 Roman legions under the son of Emperor Vespasian, one Titus, came from the north. They had some skirmishes with some rebels outside of the northern gates, but then they decided to swing around and breach the outer wall at its eastern point. And then they swarmed into the new city proper. They then attacked the inner wall because there were several walls that protected the old city. By the way, the Temple Mount is the structure that's on the center right there, the sort of rectangular center. And after a week of fighting, they actually breached it and got into the old city per se. They were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had holed up there and were able to defend themselves against the Roman attack at the Antonia Fortress, which is shown at the northwest corner of the temple. So what Titus decided to do was he built this massive siege wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local topography, and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 weeks. Then in late July, he renewed his attack at the same spot, the northwest corner of the temple, and he was able to swarm in, and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Av, which occurs in the late summer, and is to this day commemorated as a fast day for Jews. They sit on the floor and read the Book of Lamentations in public, and it's an incredibly sad day for Jews for the last 2 millennia. After destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop in Masada and the forbidden Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on the Jewish population, shipping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves in Rome, imposing new and onerous taxes, and many other symbolic humiliations. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these coins, the Judea capta coins, which means Judea has been taken captive. It's kind of a strange thing to say because Judea was already under Roman control from the year 63 before the Common Era. That is, for over a century it had been Roman territory. It was really putting down a rebellion more than it was, capturing new territory. But nevertheless, the resilience of the rebels and the fact that they held off the Romans for so long meant that they wanted to take good advantage of their victory, and there were also internal political reasons why it made sense to do so in Rome as well. On the left, you see the Emperor Vespasian. On the right, you see a Roman soldier standing and looking down at a forlorn Jewish woman, and in between them is the balsam pine, which was one of the most popular exports of Judea at the time. They also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself. That was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executing some prisoners of war. Many Jews for hundreds of years refused to walk under this arch because there is a representation on the inside of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. Scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their statues. And so this is, you see the Romans all wearing the wreath of victory over their heads, and on the signs on the left says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, perhaps a sacred Torah, or maybe even the tablets of the law. The second one in the middle says Candelaborum Judaeorum, the Jewish menorah, and on the right the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, would probably be shown on the ritual table there with the staves. And this is how it was commemorated in Rome. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as their center, even when it was in destruction over 2,000 years. Now, Jews historically were not great map makers. We don't have a lot of Jewish maps, but this other Christian map, which is located in Jordan, it was actually discovered under the floor of a 6th century church there, and it was meant to guide pilgrims to the land of Israel. And what's interesting about this map, which is called the Madaba map, it's quite highly damaged, as you can see, and that's as a result of the construction that went on over the centuries, but also because of the iconoclastic efforts of some of the Muslim conquerors who tried to remove any images of human beings. The map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary maps today, but towards the east. That is, the top of the map is east, as if you were standing at the bottom, at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. And in fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And you can see here Jerusalem is identified as in the center, just like we saw in the Bunting map earlier. Look at it in greater detail. This is actually a fairly accurate representation of what we believe Jerusalem must have looked like in the 6th century. In fact, there are certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. So it's a fascinating early map, a mosaic of Jerusalem. But on the 10th of Teves, it's not only a time for reflection on the sadness of the destruction of Jerusalem and on its exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. And that's especially so, I think, in this year, which is an unusual year because the 10th of Teves actually falls on Friday. Typically, fast days that fall on Fridays are not fully observed or pushed off to other days because it's not considered appropriate to go into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, in a state of extreme hunger. But this particular fast requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins. And I think it's especially important, therefore, to note that just like the Sabbath represents a redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we're experiencing with Israel in the 20th and 21st century give a hint to an ultimate redemption as well. Let's have a quick look at some 20th century developments in Israel. So this is a map of the partition plan that was designed by the United Nations, actually the League of Nations, in 1947. And it was an attempt to deal with the ongoing stresses between the Arab population and the Jewish population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area into 7 distinct, barely connected units. You can see here the orange units, kind of yellow color, were to be set aside for Arabs. That basically more or less conformed to the demographic distribution of Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state to be established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the first century. I mean, it's an amazing achievement and really mind-boggling in many ways. So that's another 3 sections. Jerusalem, shown here if we zoom in, was such a difficult problem to solve then and now that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated an international zone. As the history developed, the Jews in the region accepted this plan. The Arabs and the surrounding countries did not, and you had the first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in a slight hardening of the boundaries for Israel, surprisingly so because they were surrounded by Arab countries all around. And this is what the armistice lines looked like between 1949 until another major war in 1967. You can see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. When you zoom into Jerusalem itself, you can see that it is actually divided because the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the newer part of the city, was behind the Israeli lines. That's in the kind of green, sort of a yellow color, and the old city with the Temple Mount and the more heavily Arabic population fell in the Jordanian side of the boundary. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century, when Israel, anticipating a major attack from Egypt and Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly with the mountain range of the Golan in the north, the entire west bank of the Jordan River, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all became part of Israeli territory. Now, the consequences of these territorial acquisitions were quite significant. Ultimately, the Sinai Peninsula would be returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the early 1000s, and the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy developed in the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics, but what is extremely significant for our point of view is the fact that with this war, Jerusalem is once again united under Israeli control. On the left here you see the very iconic photograph of the time when Jewish soldiers approached the Western Wall, the remains of the temple, for the first time since it had been sealed off by the Jordanian forces. In many ways, this moment represented a culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years at least to the Roman expulsion. The photograph on the right is the reconstruction of that image with the same soldiers now looking just a little bit more mature. This has been a very brief presentation, but I want to remind you that tomorrow morning there will be a couple other talks by Rabbi Schachter and by Rabbi Yaakov Trump on the concept of redemption, tying to this history that we've described here tonight and many other things. I hope you'll find those talks very useful, and I want to wish you an easy fast and a speedy redemption. Thank you very much for listening.
Because we're such good friends that you framed him for years of his life. So it's like, dude, you would frame it however you want. sent to a mental health institution because he could not separate family from addiction any longer. He ruined his life because he believed one man.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. I'd like to take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean revolt that might be a little different from what you heard when you were a child. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The 2 empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire, it's because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. It may be surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean Revolt, which was a glorious national uprising and represents a high point in many ways of the Jewish struggle for religious and political independence, that this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean Revolt? Well, we have three really important sources and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why doesn't the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like there is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages really in Tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to light the menorah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman Jewish War of the year 66 to 73. And then, when he was about to be captured, in a very dramatic episode, he turned coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for, at first, Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He moved to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late 1st century. Extremely important work that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties with working with Josephus. He's writing only in Greek, which was the language of educated people in the Roman world of the 1st century. So he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity. At the same time, he's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has this surname Flavius that is added to his name, Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now, let's just rely on the fact that he's someone whenever you want to study anything in the ancient Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing account, which only existed in Greek. The probable Hebrew original has been lost. It was probably written by someone who had first-hand knowledge of the actual Maccabean battles, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow-by-blow version of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved in the wars themselves from the Jewish side. Now, this has made it into the Bible of many Christians, in particular the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book, you think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the 1st and 2nd book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in every base medrash. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the Book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or someplace like that. Nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was happening during this tumultuous time.
So that's where, you don't want to hear the screams coming. Level 6 is also known, it's the genetic experiments there, but it's also known as Nightmare Hall. Close. You'll have humans that are multiple times in a lot of these articles I was reading, they were calling them subhuman.
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle-of-the-field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. a family led by Matisyahu with his several sons demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant, in its death throes, fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the Book of the Maccabees. Jews are not, but the Book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers, and so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and he's got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant as some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant really exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. Amazing. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating stuff. Okay, sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer, but basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees, under Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat.
And they left some of their people here to try and keep the foothold on Earth and be like, hey, this is ours, notice that. When they finally came back, they discovered that almost all of their people were destroyed, except for some very primitive people living on the ground. And these new, stinky,
At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. A Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature, and it was an oral tradition, it's handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement, but the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things that I've had to omit for this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I just could not resist putting here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabee, who, you know, managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence. And on the other hand, there is General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under what would be a United Nations, or at that time League of Nations, mandate. And the verses that are attached to this are so fascinating. Under Hanukkah, there is the phrase, in Hebrew it reads, "Who is like you unto thee among all the mighty, O Eternal?" And that phrase, Michamochem, etc., is the acronym of Maccabee. But on the other side, under Allenby, it says, "And there will come for Zion a Redeemer," right? Uva Letzion Goel. I don't know if the Jews in the Yishuv in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as warmly about Allenby and the British in particular, because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is the Syrian Greeks realize soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interests. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lycia says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters, who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, Once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards.
Which is interesting. They can't eat regular food. All of their, again, subhuman experiments and slave experiments. They also have special protein diets. The only things that seem to be able to eat our food are the reptilians, which, apparently, not only do they eat like raw meat, they'll eat fruits and vegetables too, dude. Yeah, there you go. They'll eat pretty much anything that's nailed down. There was one thing with
Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far, but let's just take a side route here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees. So they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we moved through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some medieval imprints, were fascinated with it. And especially when you get to the era of the breakup of the church and the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is renewed Christian interest in Judah Maccabee because for Christians he represents, correctly I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music, an opera to go with Yehuda Maccabee's story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act verse tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious freedom. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national revival, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and, of course, of other peoples as well. Here, have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title of this book is interesting, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolk kämpft Glaube und Heimat. A small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and homeland, which I think is a pretty good précis of what Yehuda Maccabee stood for, but we can see written in 1943 under Nazi occupation what this means to the oppressed peoples of Europe.
No, they were saying too that the only caste, especially within the aliens, outside of like the ones that are positive, working with humans for their betterment, within the negative aspects of the aliens, basically reptilians, because Greys have no humor. But the reptilians, their leaders seem to have a little bit more.
Moving forward in history, century, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although, as we shall see, somewhat later than you might think they would have. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing time for me. All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas and about Santa Claus and about presents, and I was just bummed out every year. It was really sad. There was one particularly sad winter when, and this comes right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown, a lumber truck driving through town must have knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or 5 feet tall, and I dragged it all the way home, and I begged my parents to let me set it up, and so my mother had mercy on me, and so she let me set it up. The next morning I came out, and all the needles had fallen off because it had dried out, and I was like, oh, man, I felt terrible about it. So I have ambiguous feelings about Hanukkah that happens to fall the same time of year as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why I answered presents on the 25th of December. And I got, gelt, which means basically money, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which are like those money. And so I got to tell you, Hanukkah gelt, I've always been sort of bothered by it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice, probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is, by the way, new in terms of Jewish history. There is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of the presents you're giving your children every single night of 8 nights, which might have made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in the 1960s and 70s. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You do find in some of the halachic literature, commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch, like the Magen Avram, for example, that suggest in the 18th century that charity is associated with Hanukkah, that there is a custom of young people going door to door to collect charity for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to their teachers as a gift at this time of year. There are some interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to Hanukkah. One of the reasons perhaps is because the Hashmonaim were the first Jewish kings to print coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually own one myself. But otherwise, I have to say there is really no explicit reference to Hanukkah gelt in the halachic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep-rooted tradition of gift giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but again, it's not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing, and so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have Hanukkah gelt that comes, kind of waddling along. You have Hanukkah gelt that comes sort of limping along after the larger phenomenon. There you go. Sorry to be the Grinch that ruined Hanukkah gelt.
So guys, thanks for listening. Hopefully we didn't give you too much information to think about. But hit us up on Twitter. We have a Twitter. Yeah, it's Make It Weird Pod. Twitter. You get that? It's all one word. Make It Weird.
Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble since I already ruined Hanukkah. Let me also mention that there is no known connection to gambling. This is one of the fanciful kind of like, let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah Geld is that you need it for gambling. Also not such a thing that's big in the Jewish tradition. But the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, when in reality they were actually studying and this was a cover. That's where we get the idea, as the theory goes, of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish top that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read, Nes Gadol Haya Sham. There was a great miracle there. Beautifully in Israel, they are not printed that way. They say Nes Gadol Haya Po, that there was a great miracle that occurred here. The letters Shin, He, Gimel, and Nun. It is, unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval game. It goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German tuple is nicht, halb, ganz, and stell ein, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. And if it lands on the S, you have to put one more coin in. Does that sound familiar? Probably. Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. But all these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, for example. If you'll note in the liturgy regarding Hanukkah, there's a reference to Vayamim Hahem Bazman Hazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi ROTHSCHILD and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I'm going to wish you a lipstick and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for that.
Near the Four Corners region of the United States. First, these hints and rumors were brief, vague and confusing, yet they sparked enough interest to provoke further investigations as the years passed. At first, these French scientists who concerned themselves with the mysteries and anomalies of this region began raising more questions than answers as they continued to probe into an enigma which seemed to eventually focus itself in and around a small desert town lost amidst the mesas of northwestern New Mexico. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the mystery, and subsequently the interest, deepened as reports began to see.
In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galileo, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to it in many cases. But anyway, Josephus, a fairly young man, is an associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of 67, the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yotfa, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult force to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who are active, particularly in the Galilee region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attacked the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to breach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attacked the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have expensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next week. Thank you for watching.
Science fiction, you might say, this should not detract from the fact that these reports, which are derived from hundreds of different sources and have been condensed within this one volume, make for fascinating reading, either way one looks at it. So with this, there is nothing else to share in the way of introductions, other than to say, sit back and enjoy the ride. Written, October 1996. Chapter 1. Those conspiracies that are too incredible to be believed are by the same by those which most often succeed. The following article comes from the single quotee C Technical Consultant, NOD, DEC, 1991 issue, The Death of a Journalist in West Virginia, plus the jailing of an alleged CIA computer consultant in Washington State may be elements of a much wider scandal.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days, and so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived, let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But, when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's now here see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple, because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurred. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in the previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths, because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or you, more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute, because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle-of-the-field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and it's got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse. And the artist, obviously, in this example, could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. here is one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or just part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. The baraita or baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and it's an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we continue to burn for 8 days, and it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit, now there's note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda HaMaccabee was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost. He said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcinous, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issues further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. Like you have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi, for example. If you note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient regarding Hanukkah, when it says Bayamim Hahem Bazman Hazeh, in those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil. and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding tire, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism, and that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism and Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, and be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a lifted and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for
The object appeared to be shaped with a very bright light just below its center. Some have alleged that these shaped vehicles may have some connection with a super-secret black-budget space operation called Alternative 3. Brandon, the light was a bright white, blue and green. As it approached, it slowed down, obviously under intelligent control, seemed to reverse direction, finally stopping. When it stopped, a shower of what appeared to be sparks were emitted from each end of the rear end, and then it began moving forward again and disappeared from sight at a very high rate of speed.
One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, or 2 nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context, the night of broken glass. And this refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes and certainly a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues, and nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the new concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s, and this represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of the atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany and things were actually going to get much worse before they would get better. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the Munich beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old Herschel Grinspan, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinspan had been living in France and was
distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country a few years earlier, and this actually applied to quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Greenspan, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day. He bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Welczek, who was the German ambassador to France. Greenspan made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Welczek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official. So Greenspan murdered von Rath specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rath, but nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they had treated his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous fervor because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as the Kristallnacht. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to, kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular group. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where rape and murder were the norm. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled, and the final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Greenspan's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that it pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Greenspan. He was caught and arrested,
and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Rath had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel, that he was engaged in a relationship with von Rath, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinspan in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, and so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinspan, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which really means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a Hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right is in fact a Jew wearing a Judenhut, one of the distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well, various sinners who were forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact what the German town is depicting here, where Jews are going to walk into their Judenfresser, the Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in just a few months with the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th, Nazis smash, loot, and burn Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels calls a halt. Clearly very well orchestrated kind of activity. And there's a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. And so it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht, but not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were to be persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what actions they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class when we get to the actual beginning of World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for watching.
Screaming on his way down, according to some witnesses, we are being invaded. Brandon, Secretary Forst's head of the records are sealed to this day. President Truman put a lid on the secret and turned the screws so tight that the general public still thinks that flying saucers are a joke. Have I ever got a surprise for them? In 1937, President Truman established a group of 12 of the top military scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12. Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army, in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself...
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zeros up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended, by most scholars' count, to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it, try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. And that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about. And it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I would nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium Flavionum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents, now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we've said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who's exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises, so if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's my son. Okay, and one of the, an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archives, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with this division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. there was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let us not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the machatzisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this machatzisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this machatzisa shekel, this fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? While the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay, so now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. No, I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see, during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, it's a principled, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so you would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne, and so he said, that's it, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stones, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews, you're just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I am a dean at an amazing college, Touro College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images. And the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the 2 major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says in Greek basileus, which means king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. It was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippa the king is given an aliyah, within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be those because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achinu ata, achinu ata." Right? It's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not azoi frum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippus. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is the fact where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. There's in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesce into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Discala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century, and he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem, and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this, and they simply take a group of troops over there, and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a meshuganer, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii, from these short knives called sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is the Sicarii would dress like, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes. They would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, who did this? How is that possible? And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let's recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly devolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with the local procurator, a particularly harsh individual named Gessius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names, and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, wow, I can't believe it. Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to
make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "You sent me an invitation." And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. He says, "Look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children." He says, "I don't care." He says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You've got to go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would have taken him up at that point. That was, but at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying, at this point, you should be mavater, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing, what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what? This government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue. Because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that, you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause. And he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time. And we know this because Yeah, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to send, we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley in the most important area of attack. And he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Yotapata, or Yodfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yodfat, they have plenty of water, and they don't, they're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince Vespasian that we can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yodfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other side pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts them in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? And he says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy, I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died, if I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them. It's really an incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Georia, John ben Giscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who is a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in the city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah, and then to the right it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews, and on the right it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, and they have they're carting away Chatzotzrot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, a general. And on the right, you see Judea captured, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back. in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important, so we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is like a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across. It's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is to be written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans, and there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority. They are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And this tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babatha archive. And I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. And apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. We just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still poring over the Babatha archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha Hatov V'Ameitiv was composed in memory of the Hrugei Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture, more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have themselves appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried.
the zealots, including I believe it was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead, and they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details, but essentially Vespasian gives him 3 wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing, what do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing and grafting and things like that. Holidays, the second is with Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet, after you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikveh and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later who would move to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
Special Securities Division, however, are strictly ordered to avoid any direct contact with civilians. They are only instructed to radio the Lincoln County Sheriff immediately should anyone be spotted driving on any of those dirt roads. The most common radio frequency used between security control and Lincoln County Sheriff's patrol located at the south side of Highway 375 between mile marker 29 and 30. Even then, the Sheriff's Patrol will routinely stop by during the evening to check on the cars parked at the mailbox area. Moreover, it is our understanding, based on information provided by a highly reliable source connected to a special United States Navy SEAL Operations Center, that the mailbox area is constantly being monitored by high-powered, state-of-the-art infrared telescopes set up at a facility known as Security Control.
The Haggadah is one of the most popular
The highest peak in the Green Mountain Range. It was precisely at 4:45 a.m. on the morning of Thursday,
Jewish books ever printed, and its circulation among the Jewish people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday of Passover and intended for home use, has resulted in such a large panoply of commentaries and editions of the Haggadah, translations of the Haggadah, illustrations of the Haggadah, and so on. It is really an amazing document. But I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I have ever had the privilege of examining is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and to try to persuade its readers to adopt a more pro-Soviet, communist way of looking at life. This was obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious Jewry who found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the embrace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and, really try and do away with all the trappings of the traditional religion, and they turned to the Yevsektia, or the Jewish section of the Communist Party, to achieve that. And one of the bizarre experiments was the so-called Red Haggadah. Several actually were published. We're going to look at one that the Jewish National and University Library recently put online, so you can actually see some images from it. We're going to look at one that was published in 1922, illustrated by Mordechai Altshuler, and get a sense of what's going on with this very bizarre Haggadah. So here's a picture of the cover page. The cover illustration says Bedikas Hametz. It refers to the searching of the home for leaven. But look at the physiognomy of the individuals depicted here. The old rabbi patriarchal figure there looks rather mean and intimidating and kind of not appealing at all, whereas the young boy who's wearing a traditional communist-style hat and tzitzis are dangling out from below his shirt, he nevertheless looks with great trepidation at this ritual. And I think that's really what's going to happen in this particular Haggadah. There's going to be a stark contrast between the old ways, which are seen as dark and as superstitious and as even misanthropic, and the new ways, which is represented by communism, of course, as being far more appealing to the younger generation. Look at this illustration that shows the Korban Pesach, the sacrificial lamb, where there's some kind of volcanic eruption happening here, and the Jews are fleeing. Notice also the physiognomies are quite negative, and they have these dead sheep that are lying on altars there, which appears to be kind of like a message like the old way is changing, and the traditionalist Jews are all running away because there is a new eruption. There is a new movement in the world, and that movement is in fact communism. This illustration, which is from the Bedikas Hametz, again, like on the title page, this is the passage that refers to the collection of Hametz, the collection of leaven in the house, which refers to, in traditional thought, the Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, and also refers to personal arrogance and pride. And the holiday of Passover is designed to be a time when people examine themselves very carefully and get rid of all of these dross elements that help them purify them for the holiday and then later for Shavuot 29 days later. Look at if you're familiar with the Hebrew letters, look at the actual way Bedikas Hametz is spelled there, and you can see that it's spelled
very incorrectly. It's spelled in phonetic Yiddish alphabet, because this is early on in the period where the Soviet Union is trying to move Jews away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, is the language of the Bible, the language of the liturgy, the language of religion, and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular language. But Yiddish is heavily inflected by Hebrew words. A large portion of the vocabulary is Hebrew, and a typical literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words interspersed in a Yiddish sentence, but they would be spelled with Hebrew spelling. Here, they are spelling them with Yiddish spelling, which is completely wrong. Like, for example, the chametz with a chaf instead of a chaf. Also, and I'm sorry to sound a little pedantic here for those of you who might not have that much familiarity with the Hebrew, you'll notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, because Hebrew is written from right to left. On the left, that is a final form of a lettered tzadi. By the end of the 1920s, the final forms would all be illegal in the Soviet Union, literally, because they were considered unproletarian, that they were too complicated. How is it that you have 5 letters that are written differently in the middle or the beginning of the word than they are at the end of the word? So if you were to write something, publish something, for example, with the final forms, you could be sent to Siberia. That's just how bizarre it got. At any rate, look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text in Yiddish, that talks about the destruction of the chametz as the destruction of all of the ruling classes by the new 1917 Soviet revolution. And you see like capitalists there and religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and they're all being exploded, like the volcano we saw earlier, as a reference to how the new period, the new Moses, which of course would have been the communist movement, bringing the Jews out of the Egypt of their enslavement to the ruling classes. Sometimes this takes on even more violent things. You can see it in this illustration of Korech, which is the passage when in the Haggadah you have to eat a sandwich made of matzah and maror, and this is a Soviet soldier there, and you can see his bayonet flying, and he is eating a sandwich that has the names of some class enemies in them. So it's actually quite, brutal. But every single metaphor that would possibly be invoked to try and describe the transition of the old world to the new is illustrated in this amazingly bizarre Haggadah. Here's another one that says Yachatz, which is the passage when in the Haggadah when the leader of the Seder takes the matzah and then breaks it in half. And you see on the left side, there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah, the, again, frightening-looking patriarchal rabbi father type who takes the matzah, breaks it in half, he puts one part near the pillow there so he can later hide it for the afikomen, and the other part is used for the meal. But on the right, laughing at him, are 2 Soviet workers who look like they're suspended up high in the air, like in those skyscrapers representing the building of modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist and they're about to break him in half. The figure on the left there is holding out to the capitalist in his right hand, and he's about to break capitalism in half. So any metaphor possible would be invoked in this Haggadah. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this incredibly bizarre Haggadah, and I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be an illustration for us as to what the true message of Haggadah really is, the true message of Passover, the message of freedom, the message of freedom through responsibility to God's will. That's what it's all about. Anyways, I hope you have a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, an excellent Passover, and I look forward to speaking with you in later videos.
CIA agent types were claimed to have been sighted loitering around the foothills of other nearby mesas. We must bear in mind that the Dalsy Airfield is only 95 miles northwest of Los Alamos. Los Alamos National Laboratory is one of the top United States research laboratories specializing in the study of the human genome. Also, it is a vital center of the government's research and development programs. Just about 100 miles southeast of Los Alamos is Albuquerque, New Mexico's largest city, and more significant, a city where Kirtland Air Force Base is located right next to the sensitive Manzano storage facility, a top-secret underground military facility where nuclear warheads are stored.
top-secret government contractor specializing in top military industrial projects, is also located in Albuquerque. As far as advanced biotechnology is concerned, I have no doubt that microchip implantation technology is being perfected. Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about an absolutely amazing document, the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is sources within the last 20 years or so, utilizing tens of thousands of cattle in the southwest to conduct this covert experiment. Absolutely incredible work of medieval Jewish art, one of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in the Jewish tradition, but it also has an absolutely amazing and rather spooky story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability that it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when an impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you may recall it, perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914, this child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8, like the size of a largest paperback book. And because his father had recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was hoping to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a little bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, the contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain, most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding present. It may have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families who had the Haggadah commissioned, and as is common in medieval illuminated manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But at any rate, once this document became known to the scholarly world, of course, it was avidly studied because it is a rather amazing example of Jewish art in a period when there was comparatively little figurative representative art that still exists. You'll recall the Bird's Head Haggadah, which had showed great hesitation to represent human features. The Sarajevo Haggadah has no such compunction, and people are regularly depicted. Here you can have a look at some of the amazing scenes in this little volume. Here's a scene that shows Moses and Aaron before King Pharaoh, who looks a little bit like a medieval Christian monarch. And the staff of Aaron, of course, is able to swallow up the staff of all the magicians of Pharaoh, as is depicted in the book of Exodus. So here is another picture that shows a large vegetable, massive vegetable, perhaps justifying the outsized Passover prices, and this appears to be maror. I'm guessing that looks like sort of like an artichoke, maybe a romaine leaf, but at any rate, it's a really big one. And here's a great picture showing the prophetess Miriam with the women dancing after the Jews are rescued from the Sea of Reeds, and the Pharaoh's soldiers are all drowned in the waters. But here's an image that is especially fascinating, and that art historians have had a great amount of difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here. It appears to be a Seder meal. Note that all the participants are female, so it appears that the men and women must have eaten separately. The woman on the far right seems to be leading the Seder. Maybe she's making Kiddush there because she's holding up the wine cup and everyone else is waiting for her. She is clearly leaning to the left. You can see the pillow under her left elbow. And that's all fascinating in itself. But look at the woman at the lower left, who has clearly African features. And in this particular representation, her face seems to be kind of bluish. In other photographs, it looks a little bit darker. But she's clearly not of the same background as the Caucasian women in the picture. But she's clearly participating in the meal. She's holding up what looks like either a goblet or perhaps a piece of masa there. And she's looking to the leader of the Seder like everyone else. She's seated like she's a guest at the table. She's not a servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to the women. So exactly who is this dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder. Is she a member of the household? That's what it appears. Is she a guest? What is going on? So I want to let you know in advance. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I want to leave you with the question for now. At any rate, what happened to this Haggadah? Most likely, it left with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula with the Alhambra decree of 1492 when the Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a brief Italian statement by a censor from the year 1609 that indicates that the book is acceptable for circulation or for use. It doesn't have to be, burned or anything like that. God forbid. That was many of the medieval works, Hebrew works were exposed to at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which is, of course, on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Now, what's fascinating about this is that when the Nazis came into the region, they were, of course, aware of this great treasure, the Sarajevo Haggadah. And they specifically sought to confiscate it and then send it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture, which was not a museum where you would go and feel good about, all the great things that Jews have done culturally. It was a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic, quote-unquote, success in eradicating this culture. And they were collecting all kinds of artworks from all around Europe to try and populate this museum. And, of course, they wanted the Sarajevo Haggadah. There was a Muslim man named Dervish Korkut, who was the curator at the time, and he was aghast with the idea that the Nazis would actually take this document. He had apparently earlier on in his life seen the Nazis burn a Sefer Torah, and this horrified him. He felt that this was a terrible tragedy, and so he actually smuggled the Haggadah out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired, the commandant asked him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with it. He brought it to an imam out of town, who hid it most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there until it was eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a world-class treasure. Now, there's another element to this story. Besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving this Jewish treasure, he also saved a young Jewish partisan named Mira Papo. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this Jewish girl, gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave and so on if the Nazis should ever come, and she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the Korkut family to be members of the righteous of the nations, and in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by Yad Vashem, and a certificate was sent to his family in Sarajevo. So that's kind of an amazing story, how this man was so heroic and saved not only that Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved, amazingly, a young Jewish child and was recognized. But the story does not end there. What ended up happening is, those of you who remember the 1990s, there was a terrible war in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The term ethnic cleansing was really coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter and brutal war. And Muslims were under attack in Serbian region, and the descendants of the Korkut family, their daughter, had to flee the region, and she eventually made her way into Macedonia. They were impoverished. They were literally, refugees with nothing to their name. All they had was a suitcase with a few belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in the fighting that was going on. Among the documents that the Korkut's daughter took with her was this certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations. And so, not knowing what to do, they made their way to the Jewish community, and they went to the Jewish Community Center, and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of indication as to what their background were. Of course, the Jewish community was overwhelmed to have a daughter, one of the righteous of the nations, visiting them, and they immediately contacted Israel, and the prime minister, who was at the time Benjamin Netanyahu, as he is right now, as I'm giving this brief lecture, met them at the airport and welcomed them to Israel, where they were given refuge. It's an amazing story how, what goes around comes around, that this heroic Muslim was able to save this treasured Jewish document, and then later the Jews were able to save his own daughter. Let us go back to this question of who is the dark-skinned woman at the Seder table. So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and opine what possibly this could mean. But I'd like to suggest, and this is just maybe something you can discuss at your Passover table Seder yourself, that woman is like the other, the guest at the table. At the beginning of the Seder, we like to say, whoever is hungry, please come and eat. It's part of the Haggadah itself. Who knows why that woman is in that picture? But just as she was in the family of the people who commissioned the Sarajevo Haggadah, and just as young Mira Papo was the other, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Korkut home, and just like the Sarajevo Haggadah itself was masquerading as Muslim books on a shelf in a mosque somewhere in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the presence of this mysterious dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others in our own life. That's just stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to think about. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover Seder.
Personality within a human being if they had access to the suppressed mind control techniques that have been used by certain intelligence agencies and occult fraternities. Random underground bases. On April 1st and 2, I spent 24 hours visiting with John Lear in his home in Las Vegas. He took out a stack of papers and had me peruse them at my leisure. His study room had walls covered with aircraft photos and certificates. There was no doubt in my mind that John loved flying. John is a soft-spoken individual, and frequently, while visiting him, I have watched him putter in the garden. We discussed Area 51. John had some long-distance photos of the Groom Lake facility. The one thing that stood out in one photo was the radio telescope pointing straight up in the midst of a group of buildings. The scope was probably tracking any overhead spy satellites. He showed me the reference in the February 1988 issue of Rambo magazine that insisted that spacecraft were being test-flown from this facility. John heard rumors that the Rays had a base on the Moon Mountains. This is what we believe is called Dreamland. One of my sources believes says DREAM is an acronym that stands for Data Repository Establishment and Maintenance. John told me the story of Mr. K, whose son was trapped inside a human alien underground base in Utah. This robot had apparently worked in Dulce base at one time. Mr. K felt like he was being given the runaround by the military in his attempts to locate his son. I learned that there were a few technical people who worked at Sandy Labs and Albuquerque who were interested in alien activity. One man I talked to, TR, and a mysterious color black who was reputed to have said that there were 600 aliens in the Groom Lake facility in Nevada. CR had investigated a UFO crash near Gallup, New Mexico in 1983. This one was also investigated by Tommy Roy,
Still a very expensive purchase, but something that would be with
the FOC agent Richard Doty, both of
wealthy
whom
families.
conducted some
And
investigation
Haggadah
into
being a
alien activity
home-based
taking place at the
document
Dulce
would be
base.
something that would be treasured,
Doty had
not
talked
to
to
be
some
shared in
investigators
synagogue,
about
for
the
example,
government
would be less
cover-up.
exposed to censorship and things like
I
that.
didn't know.
So this is an
Near the
especially
WT Dulce,
fascinating
on
document.
April
For
19th,
what
1988,
reason in
my
particular,
wife
and
and I
that is,
arrived in Dulce,
what is
New
it
Mexico at
with
about
the birth
4:30 p.m. Dulce was a beautiful
that
little
the
mountain town sitting at an
that are
elevation exceeding
portrayed in this particular
7,500 feet.
Haggadah
There was still snow on the
have
ground by the
their
Best Western
faces
Motel.
by and large, with birds. Now, that's kind of a weird mystery. That's what remained for about 700 years until a great scholar, Michael Epstein, fantastic art historian who's written some amazing things, discovered this through the observation of his 10-year-old son and how his son actually read the text. So I'm going to share with you some of Dr. Epstein's amazing research in this video. Basically, if you look at the manuscript itself, you'll see that there are characters all over it that have distinguishing characteristics, not only the bird but also the so-called Jewish. But there's a problem with that as well. Have a look at this picture here where you see Moses on the left, partially who is receiving the Torah from God, who's kind of holding it in front of a physical representation of God, which is unusual. Then again, the bird's head is also unusual. Here's another picture apparently of Moses now giving the tablets to the Jews. Here's another picture of it from the same page. I really like this one, where the Jews are gathering up the falling manna, or manna that's coming from heaven. Again, it's two fingers grip, and it looks like there's quail mixed in there, and the manna itself is multicolored. So, looking at another picture here, here's one of my favorites. You can see Moses leading the Jews through the split sea of reeds, and he's pointing with his staff, and the Jews are all following along. That's a very beautiful, colorful representation. And they all have strange birds and the corn. So what is going on? Many different theories have been floated as to why this is. One of the most bizarre theories is that perhaps this was a Christian artist involved in producing the images, or perhaps it was a Jewish artist, but in this indication section, it wasn't just a Jewish artist, but they are sort of absorbing the anti-Semitic tropes of the era, and there's some value to that particular approach, but I think Dr. Epstein is really good on something when he says, no, we're misreading Christian bird. They're actually that mystical combination of the lion and bird that has been part of the Western artistic canon all the way from the ancient times. And unlike simple birds, griffins are a positive representation. They are a majestic creature. And so, as a result, the representation of people here as birds are actually as griffins, and it's a good thing. Also, that relates to the Jewish cat. The Jewish cat may in itself, although later in the century it was used clearly as an anti-Semitic device for the Jewish population. And it was a reflection of an early 13th century law that the church had passed the Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. Usually that distinguishing clothing, however, was like a patch of color on the dress or on the back that was yellow or some cases red, but the horn may have been something that Jews identified with in a positive manner. It would not be so strange to imagine Jews wearing some hats as a sign of so we can see a lot about this when we look at the anomalies. By the way, imagine that many of you already studied several now. There is a tremendous hesitation, particularly in medieval art, for Jews to represent human form. This reached its peak in the decade prior to the production of this particular manuscript. The Maharani Rothenberg took a very strong stance against the representation of people and characters, and you see it also in the movement known as Consigo Nacional, which flourished in the 13th century. But this particular text was produced in 1300, which may represent a period in which the original bands were improperly understood, or perhaps the words simply ignored. We don't know. But let's have a look at this example here. It looks like some kind of matzah bakery in three figures here. On the left is a fully formed Belgian male,
You can see now the image of the Griffin is much clearer with the beard and what looks like a mane, much more of a majestic figure. He looks like he's in some kind of supervisory role, with the other two characters looking towards him. The character in the middle is undoubtedly a woman who is wearing a smooth head covering because she's most likely married, or maybe it's for sanitary reasons, more of a natural note. And on the right is clearly a minor. He's bareheaded, and he's working here for a little bit of a the device that they are holding up and using on the mata is probably a device used to poke holes to make sure that another example, you can see there's the Jew on the left, might be Moses there, he's leading the Jews out of Egypt. The captain, which is clearly added later by another scribe, says the dough, really carrying the dough, and on the right you see, looks like someone's purchasing dough there. Actually, when I first looked at this, I thought he was purchasing more matcha, and the alarmed expression on his face is, what? $30 a pound? That's ridiculous. But that's dough. But here's one of the anomalies that really solved the puzzle tremendously. And this is something that Dr. Epstein describes as the discovery of his 10-year-old son, Misha. Because Misha, when he was looking at all of these pictures, he came to a conclusion that many scholars attempted to prove, and that is that all the birds represent Jews, and all the faceless or obscured characters, as you see here, for example, two of them represent non-Jews. So the figure on the far left here is an Egyptian soldier. Some of the manuscript has unfortunately been damaged over time. It appears that a later owner of the text wanted to add some facial features, perhaps because they were disturbed with the kind of unsettling idea of a faceless creature, so an eye is added there. And then next to him, wearing a crown, is obviously Pharaoh. And here they are, in this context, they're like pursuing the Jews out of Egypt. So they're clearly non-Jewish characters. But immediately behind them look like two other soldiers who are accompanying Pharaoh. They have weapons, they have stick and a whip and so on, but they have the birds. So many, this always implies that the rule that the birds had represented Jews meant that was incorrect, because here are some Egyptians who are carrying this kind of it. But what Misha pointed out to his father was, no, clearly those are two Jews. That's Dasan and Avira, Dathan and Avira, two of the wicked Jews of the story of the Exodus, who joined with the Egyptians in being the harsh taskmasters of the Jews. And biblical text refers to them as having, these weapons that they use to force the Jews to do the So what Dr. Epstein points out is that Misha was reading the Haggadah with a kind of meta-narrative that only comes when you study the Midrash as a child would in a regular Jewish. So for the creators of the version of Haggadah, it was a general rule that all the Jewish figures are represented as birds, whether or not they were affiliated with Egyptians here, and all of these non-Jewish figures, including angelic figures and so on, are represented as birds. So that's fascinating information to us by Okay, that's it for a very quick look at this amazing document. Hope you enjoyed the video, and look forward to seeing you.
These engineered planetoids are accompanied with conventional drives to serve as platforms for various operations, abductions, implantations, mutilations, and also mind control and infiltration activities taking place on or under planet Earth. All of this would seem logical, so as not to attract a great deal of attention and in return resistance from the masses. Some of these converted planetoids have been identified as Geographos, Phobos, and even Hale-Bopp comet, which is accompanied by many unusual anomalies not observed in most comets. For instance, Hale-Bopp comet was 1,000 brighter than Halley's comet was at the distance from the sun where it was discovered. This is because the halo is not caused by ice gas being blown from the surface of the object by solar winds, as in the case of most comets. For some unexplained reason, this comet is ejecting sudden large streamers or jets of dust gas from its interior. Many of these jets activate and deactivate at regular intervals. This is what creates the halo, and because of this,
last night I had the privilege of speaking with the students from
comets. Some contactees state that halo bulb is being used by reptile identities for great comets and rays from Orion, who have joined with the renegade
Project Macron, which is a fascinating institution, very meaningful project that specifically looks to provide an intellectual space for people who are struggling with their Jewish identity, which is basically every single Jew I know, myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students who wish to find some kind of intellectual space where they can ask the kind of questions they may feel uncomfortable asking in their own communities, yet within a very supportive and Judeo-centric viewpoint. I feel really great about being invited, and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you with short video versions of that discussion. The point of the talk was to look at the concept of Jewish identity in connection with the upcoming holiday of Purim, and specifically the figure of Queen Esther, who I think is an absolutely fascinating figure in the biblical canon, who has a tremendous amount to say about how we articulate our Jewish identity even today, thousands of years after the events described in that book. So over the course of this brief lecture, I'm going to kind of dance across several periods of history. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself, and then look at some of the identity-challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to inquisitorial Spain. I'd like to look at the impact specifically of the Spanish Inquisition on Jewish identity and how that required submersion of Jewish identity in the face of overwhelming threat. And then I'd like to look at Amsterdam in the 17th century, and one especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate into the Jewish community after having been artificially separated as a result of the Inquisition. Then we're going to jump way back in time again to ancient Alexandria and to look at the Targum Shuvim, the Septuagint, and the unusual thing it has to say about Esther, and then finally I'll wrap it up with some thoughts about Jewish identity. This is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it is going to focus on a literary figure in a historical context, but I hope you find it meaningful, and I hope it contributes to your appreciation of the reading of Megillas Esther, which will occur by rolling on Purim. The chronological setting for the scroll of Esther is, of course, in Persia after the destruction of the First Temple. Here's a representation of that horrific event in the early 6th century before the Common Era, which is clearly anachronistic. The kind of weaponry and armor and things like that is certainly not what they would have used, but it captures some of the chaos and upheaval associated with Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple, and most significantly, the tremendous pace of exile that occurred as a result of that destruction, captured here in James Tissot's classic work, The Flight of the Prisoners. The destruction of the First Temple in the early 6th century also resulted in this massive population transfer in which Nebuchadnezzar exiled, in particular, the nobility from Jerusalem and surrounding Judea, a significant portion of the leadership of the population off to distant Babylon. Let's have a look at where that is. Here is a map that shows the route that those exiles took from Jerusalem. They would not have gone straight because, of course, that would have required a crossing a very formidable desert, but they took the traditional route up through what would be today Lebanon and Syria, and then followed the Euphrates River, here noted by the Hebrew term Prat, which is next to the Hideka or Tigris River, down to their new home in Babylonia. Now, we should bear in mind not only is this a phenomenal demographic upheaval and political upheaval, economic upheaval, and I think for our purposes, it's especially important for us to reflect on the assault this represented to the concept of Jewish identity. Let us recall that the temple, which had been constructed in the era of David and Solomon in particular, the process was initiated under David, but really only concluded under Solomon, which was like 500 years prior, and that meant for half a millennium, the Jews regarded the temple as their primary pivot point in terms of their relationship with God. Everything meaningful in terms of their individual relationship with God was processed through that little bit of real estate in Jerusalem. If one wanted to achieve atonement, if one wanted forgiveness, if one wanted to express thanks, if one wanted to, describe petitions, any kind of relationship to God was really focused on what happened in the temple. With the destruction of that temple, with that physical location of a relationship with God, and then the exile to a foreign land, many Jews must have felt like it's all over. What happens now? Does God even work in the exile? Now, I know that sounds silly for us. 2,000 years later, those of us who are theists, of course, we approach the concept of God as being obviously universal, and there's no reason why God should have any less power in Babylonia than God does in Israel. But it must have been a very real concern for the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era. Especially for less well-educated Jews, would it have been effective for Judaism to work in Babylonia, or would perhaps Babylonian forces have more power? Who knows? A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, the famous "By the Rivers of Babylon," which is beautifully expressed here by Edward Benjamin in this painting, "The Clarendon Juden in Exile," the tearful Jews in exile. You can see actually in the top left and right of the frame is the first verse of that psalm that refers to the Jews approaching the rivers of Babylonia, which would have been, of course, the Euphrates and the other side of the Tigris. And there they sat down, and they wept when they remembered Zion. And their captors tormented them, saying, "Sing us the song of God here in our land." And they asked the question, how can we sing a song in a strange land? Will it work? Will any kind of entreaty work? You see this beautifully expressed here with the father who is literally in chains and holding on to a lyre while his family surround him, utterly crushed by this phenomenon. So this is the setting, intellectually, spiritually, of the book of Esther. It's a setting in which people are concerned, does God even have power in Babylonia? What will happen to the Jews and their presumed unique destiny once they have been exiled to Babylonia? And this helps us understand a little bit of the ambiguity of Esther as a literary figure. Forced to hide her Jewish identity, enter into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus. She had a dramatic choice before her. She could have simply, abandoned all hope and said, well, all that Jewish stuff that happened prior, it's all over now. The temple is destroyed. We have no, way to communicate with God in this strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally, has given me wealth and power and, tremendous advantage in society, and simply say, I'm going to assimilate into the Babylonian realm. But nevertheless, she held fast to her Jewish identity in her core being, even though it had to be suppressed by external circumstances. This beautiful painting by Edwin Long really captures that ambiguity, I think, in her facial expression. As someone who has a submerged Jewish identity, she is effectively a type of crypto-Jew, a Jew who lives in hiding from her true Jewish identity, portraying only an external, non-Jewish identity to the outside world. The term crypto-Jew is most classically associated with the Jews of the Spanish Inquisitorial period, which is in the 15th century. It is a more appropriate term than the word Marrano, which means literally pig, and it was used by detractors of these Jews. But The idea of the crypto-Jew is a Jew who is forced to pretend not to be Jewish while retaining some Jewish identity within. Now, there's a whole spectrum of what these crypto-Jews were like. Some were like enthusiastic Jews who resented heavily the imposition of this external facade of Christianity, and there were others who adopted it willingly and eventually assimilated into Spanish Christianity. And then, of course, there's a range in the middle. But let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people came to be crypto-Jews, and then we'll look a little further at how they emerged from that status. The story of the Spanish Inquisition really begins 100 years prior to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks on Jewish communities across the Iberian Peninsula, and Jews could only avoid physical harm by adopting Christianity and by allowing themselves to be baptized against their will. This presented an unusual challenge to the Spanish population because, on the one hand, these Jews were no longer bound by these anti-Semitic restrictions that were imposed on them by society. Suddenly, with their newfound Christian status, they were allowed to pursue different occupations, travel without hindrance, engage in higher education, even within the church. All kinds of avenues were suddenly opened up to them. However, because they had accepted baptism against their will, that it was forced upon them through duress, they wanted to remain within the Jewish community. And so they had this unusual kind of like, very much like Esther, they had this advantage of being considered technically Christians, because within the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There was no such thing as a do-over, that a person who was baptized was in fact a Christian and remained so for the rest of their lives. They kind of fashioned that external Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them economically and socially, but internally they still retained that desire to remain within the Jewish community. And in fact, for the next 75 odd years, they were very much involved with the Jewish community, still, keeping kosher, still living in Jewish neighborhoods, marrying other Jews or marrying other technically baptized Jews, who were also, by the way, called conversos, or new Christians, meaning they were distinct from old Christians who were not baptized during those attacks of 1391. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Thomas de Torquemada, who was the most notorious figure behind the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition, as the name implies, inquired of those new Christians to determine if they were still practicing Judaic faith practices. And so it was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided the forced baptisms of 1391. It was specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that meant that they were now Christians who were nevertheless behaving like Jews, observing the Sabbath on Saturday, for example, and keeping strictly kosher, educating their children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the Inquisition was specifically directed at this very significant population of new Christians and their descendants. The methods of the Inquisition are well known. They frequently resorted to torture and forced confessions, in which people, under incredible pain, would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates, claiming they were also secret Judaizers, whether this was truthful or not. And this created a kind of a rolling perfect storm of more confessions, more torture, produced more confessions, and the Inquisition spread further and further in Spanish society, really disrupting it as a whole. In order to give you a sense of the terror that the Spanish Inquisition brought upon people, however, I'm going to show you just one of the many nefarious torture devices that were developed for Jews during this period. This is something which was ironically named the Pope's Tear. it was inserted in one of several possible orifices of a person that was about to be tortured, and then the ring at the top would be grasped and turned until it opened up like this, creating terrible harm, rupturing internal organs and membranes, and possibly resulting in death. But this kind of nefarious, diabolical torture was used to elicit these forced conversions. Once a person was suspected of being a Judaizer, they would often be put on trial, such as this remarkable painting by Francisco Goya that shows several of these suspected Judaizers wearing the humiliating tunics called Sanbenitos and the conical hats that later, incidentally, had an influence on the development of the witch's cap or the dunce cap. And they would be, if found guilty, there would be a whole range of punishments, ranging from the most extreme, the auto da fe, the burning at the stake, to much more lenient punishments, such as confiscation of property, which would often be distributed incidentally to people who betrayed them, which created yet another incentive to accelerate the cycle of denunciations and torture and false confessions. And they would also be required to do things like wear the San Benito for the rest of their lives. The San Benito would sometimes be hung up in the church with the family name as an enduring shame to the descendants. It was absolutely horrific time. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threatened to completely overwhelm the normal functioning of Spanish society, without necessarily slowing down the process of these false tribunals of suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached this problem from a different direction. He suggested to the king and queen that perhaps the reason why the Inquisition is not succeeding, that they're not actually bringing this process to a close, is because those Jews who are not baptized are still exempt from punishment. And the baptized Jews, the conversos or new Christians or crypto Jews, are still seeking to associate with their Jewish communities. And therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from Spain, an incredibly dramatic move, especially given the strength of the Jewish community in the peninsula, perhaps that would bring an end to the attempt to make Spain regionalize on a real level. This remarkable depiction by Emilio Sala Frances really captures much of the mood. Here is the elderly Jewish statement on Yitzhak Abravanel, who was famous for his rabbinic commentaries, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high officer in the Spanish state taxation system, and he personally begged Ferdinand and Isabella, the king of Spain, to hold back on this threatened expulsion to no avail. You can see also in this painting the varied reactions of the courtiers to this, some expressing horror, some expressing a kind of distant fascination with it, the tremendous range of emotion in this painting. And here is Torquemada wildly gesticulating, his left hand pointing at the decree of Alhambra, the decree that would be signed to expel the Jews from Spain. And through all of this, the king and queen sit impassively, zombie-like, unmoved by the plight of the Jews. And ultimately, they would decide to expel them in 1492. This created the great Spanish diaspora as they spread out throughout the Mediterranean basin, settling in the coast of North Africa, in the Italian peninsula, in the east and Constantinople in particular. Some made it to the Americas, particularly to Portuguese Brazil, and then some that we'll talk about in just a second eventually made it up to northern Europe, especially the city of Amsterdam, which was particularly known for its liberal, welcoming attitude to the descendants of these expelled Jews. The most obvious route of escape for many Jews, however, was simply move west in the peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupies the western coast. there had been a history of Portugal sheltering Jews, such as Yitzhak Abravanel's own grandfather, who fled there in 1391. But the new kings of Portugal were not pleased with this overwhelming migrant mass. And in 1497, 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, the king decided he wanted to take advantage of the Jewish population, which was a highly literate, numerate, very wealthy population, and rather than expelling them, he decided to simply forcibly convert all of them, similar to what happened in 1391 in Spain. What this meant was that now you had a large population of crypto Jews, many of whom were formerly from Spain, now living in Portugal, who had about 20 years grace where they could still maintain their Jewish identity, at least privately, but then beginning in 1530, a terrible series of persecutions began with the Portuguese Inquisition, which was in many ways even more ferocious than the Spanish Inquisition. And so for generations in Portugal, because this is something that followed a family from parents to children to grandchildren and so on, the Portuguese Jews hid their identity deeper and deeper, further suppressing it, and fearful of even revealing to their children that they were of Jewish ancestry, because they were worried that their children might actually accidentally mention that to someone in the street, another playmate perhaps, and this could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. Absolutely terrible time that lasted for several hundred years. So in this context, I want to look at one specific Portuguese crypto Jew, a very tragic and well-known figure known as Curiel da Costa, also spelled Acosta. His circumstances are especially poignant. He was born in 1580, and he was initially, like many Portuguese Jewish children, unaware of his origins, and his parents only revealed this to him when he was a young adult. His mother was especially staunch in her attachment to a Jewish identity. His father appeared to be a very devout Catholic. Now, he had received a very strong education, including in theology, but when he learned from his mother, as they were leaving Portugal for Amsterdam, that he was in fact Jewish, he was actually overjoyed. He was always motivated by the stories of the Jews that he had read in the Hebrew Scriptures, which were available to Portuguese Christians. But recall that he had no access to any authentic Judaism for his entire youth. He had no access to rabbis, no access to books. The only Hebrew books which were allowed in Portugal at the time were medical texts that were used by doctors. Otherwise, he had no connection to the rest of the Jewish world other than what he could glean through mediated Christian sources. Nevertheless, he embraced his Jewish identity with both hands and had himself circumcised and became a very enthusiastic student of Judaism and the Jewish people. This ultimately led to his downfall, however, because one of the things that troubled him was his perceived disconnect between the ideal Jews that he imagined upon reading biblical texts and the actual Jews that he came in contact with, actual human beings in a real community with the occasional failings and the occasional inappropriate behavior and so on. And he became kind of like a gadfly to the community, regularly proclaiming his displeasure with Jews who failed to deal to the straight and narrow of Judaism. He was like kind of too religious all of a sudden. You can imagine him accusing people of speaking Lashon Hara, inappropriate speech, or not observing the Sabbath properly, or God forbid not behaving in business dealings properly. And he was actually excommunicated by the local community 3 times. Incredible. He spent some time living in Hamburg, but he found that he could not deal with being away from the larger community, especially his mother. And even though he had a tremendous resentment for the fact that Jews were not living up to his idea of Judaism, as Rabbi Wine likes to mention out, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, because Jews are human beings who often make these mistakes, and Judaism is a body of ideas. He nevertheless begged to be allowed to come back into the Jewish community. Let us understand, don't forget, that the Jewish community from this time, actually for another 150 odd years, it's a kind of a tenuous situation. Their specific rights and privileges in Amsterdam are not really hammered out, and the Jews are worried about, very public declamations of Jewish inappropriate behavior. It's like airing your dirty laundry out in the street, and they were trying to exercise some kind of social control over Julio da Costa so that he would not be jeopardizing the political, social, and economic standing of the Jews. It was not at all uncommon for Jews to be expelled from individual localities, and the Jewish community, in rather high-handed way, were trying to exercise this control to keep Da Costa in check. And his expressions, don't forget, were quite effective. He published books criticizing the Jewish community and so on. This is not a simple matter. After his third excommunication, he begged to be returned to the community. He spoke to the court in Amsterdam, and they agreed to readmit him, but his level of repentance had to be specifically sealed with a much more powerful public demonstration of contrition. This required him to speak before the entire community gathered in the synagogue, which you hear in Maurice's book, impression of that, where he beats his chest and reads out loud a confession of his sins. And then he was stripped to the waist, tied to a pillar in the synagogue, and symbolically flogged. This is not as unusual as it sounds. In the 16th, 17th century, flogging in the synagogue to maintain social norms was considered not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily common, but it was not at all unheard of. The floggings were not, like physical punishments. They were flogging him with probably some tiny little strap that just stung a little bit, certainly did not open up any wounds. We're not talking about a serious physical harm, but more of a ritual humiliation. And then following that, he was required to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and the entire congregation stepped over his body as they walked out of the synagogue, deeply insulting gesture, which was intended to try and force him to cease his antisocial behavior. Tragically, Julio da Costa got up from this humiliation, he walked home, and he compiled a 12-page suicide note, which was later published under the Latin title Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life, in which he tells the story of his life and of his struggles with Judaism and the Jewish community, ultimately his struggles with Jewish identity that resulted in his final act of suicide by gunshot. This is a very powerful and tragic story of the opposite of a crypto Jew. Here is a Jew who tries to identify himself by affiliating with the Jewish community, but is unable to abandon an idealistic and unrealistic conception of what actual human communities are like. And this led to a tremendous break in his own personality and this terrible act of self-murder. Da Costa's suicide represents a tremendous human tragedy. He presented so much potential, yet by force of historical circumstances and by his inability to understand the difference between the ideal and the real, ultimately ended. Now, obviously, he had much greater impact. He has been the subject of many artistic representations, plays, and so on. But perhaps the greatest impact he had was with someone he never met, and that is the young Baruch Spinoza. And the relationship between Acosta and Baruch Spinoza, the philosopher, who had a similar run-in with the Amsterdam Beijing somewhat later, although they never met in person, there definitely is a relationship between them. And this remarkable painting by Shmuel Hirschenberg shows the young Spinoza, blonde, probably blonde, dressed in colorful clothing, holding onto flowers with a much more healthy kind of life-centered approach, sitting on the lap of the brooding and disturbed Acosta, dressed completely in black, with a laser-like stare and claw-like hand. Spinoza's personal experience was not nearly as tragic as Acosta's, but also represents one of those expressions of Jewish identity that brings us back to our main thesis, which is on the idea of Esther. To that end, let us now go back in time once again. I'd like to take you to Alexandria, Egypt, which is located in the western part of the Nile Delta. It's actually a very ancient Jewish community, considered a very learned community, a lot of medical expertise coming from the Jews of Alexandria and so on. And in this context, the most significant element is a remarkable document produced in the 3rd century before the Common Era, which was a Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures. This is known in Hebrew as the Targum Shidim, the translation of the 70, or in Latin and English, the Septuagint. The Septuagint is a fascinating work. According to the legends surrounding its creation, the king Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all in separate rooms with a copy of the Hebrew scriptures, and ordered them all to translate it into Greek. Once they had completed the process, they all stepped out, and miraculously, all of their translations were identical. The Talmud goes into specific discussions of why they all decided to divert from the main text in a few phrases here and there, but this was the miracle of the Septuagint, that all 70 rabbis came up with the same translation after looking independently from each other. Now, I have to mention one of my favorite jokes about this. Rabbi, a very important Rosh Yeshiva, head of the Rabbinical Seminary in New York, he commented, "Do you think that's a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis and don't put them in 70 individual rooms. Put them in one big room. See if they come up with one translation. If they do, that would be a miracle." At any rate, what is relevant for our discussion here is what the rabbis of the Septuagint decided to do with the book of Esther. Surprisingly, they looked at the book of Esther, and they looked at some of the obvious questions that the text raises, like, for example, why is there no reference to God in the entire text? That is, why is there no explicit reference to God in the text? There are many commentators that find God hidden in the text, in particular grammatical features and so on, but there's no explicit reference to God in the text. And Esther's own relationship to God, where is that? Where is her Jewish identity? She seems to be kind of like a pawn moved around by very powerful forces until Mordecai specifically tells her she has to stand up for herself and for the Jewish community, which she does heroically and becomes the heroine of the entire story. But where is her prayer? Where is her relationship to God? So to try and address this lacuna, this missing hole in the text, they actually added 107 verses to the text that adds in all kinds of pieces which we would expect to read in a book of the Bible. The book of Esther is actually one of the most confusing books in the Bible for many reasons. I've only mentioned 2 of them now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint tried to sort of fix it for Greek readers to make it more understandable within the arc of Jewish theology, and specifically to explain a little bit more of what was going on in Esther's identity. And in the Septuagint version, we have a much more pious Esther. We have an Esther who reaches out to God even in the ambiguity of a post-temple world, even in an environment which is not Israel, it's exile. She nevertheless reaches out to God and asserts her identity at great personal risk in order to save the entire Jewish people. So Let us bring it home by looking at this remarkable piece of art. This is actually a wall painting from an ancient synagogue not too far from Kushan that was discovered in the 19th century. It had been buried in sand for many centuries, but when it was uncovered, there were these remarkable wall paintings that were well preserved and give us a sense of what the Jewish community must have been like at that time. This painting, of course, depicts events in the Book of Esther. You can see on the left the famous scene of Mordecai riding a horse with Haman leading it. Haman obviously needs a pair of pants. And over here on the far right, you see Esther sitting beside Ahasuerus in her finery. But what I find especially fascinating, and I have to tell you I don't have an answer to the question I'm going to pose, is these four figures right in the very middle of the presentation. Two figures on opposite ends, like kind of a spectrum, have fully formed features, and the two middle figures have a completely absent and an obscured face. Now, sometimes faces are removed from ancient works of art because of various iconoclastic movements. So particularly in Islam, there's a strong iconoclastic movement that actually, removed facial representations in the Magaba map, for example. But that doesn't seem to be the case here at all. It seems like the partial features and the absent features are entirely intentional. What is going on here? So I don't know enough about Europas or art history to actually say, but I like to think that these four figures represent some kind of spectrum of Jewish identity, from fully obvious to fully obscure, that the circumstances of the expression of Jewish identity, which are often threatened by external circumstances, like the exile to Babylonia, like the Spanish Inquisition, like the Portuguese Inquisition, even the kind of oppressive measures taken by the Jewish community itself, can submerge a person's Jewish identity. And it is finding that identity and expressing it which is central to not only the goals of Marcus Markham, as I understand it, but also, I think, in many ways, embedded in the text of this quote. Okay, I hope you found this sort of exploration of identity and history useful, and I wish you a further complete.
These were placed in the hands of 5 individuals who were told that if they failed to hear from Costello for 3 consecutive 6-month periods, normally he would visit each of them every 6 months, then they would release the information or do whatever they wanted with it. No one except Costello and the recipients themselves know who these people are. However, with rumors of Costello's death or disappearance in Costa Rica in recent years, the recipients can release the information if they choose to do so, although they may decide to wait until the subject reaches critical mass among the public and then come forward with little fear of repercussions. Brandon Thomas was ready to go into hiding, but when he went to pick up his wife and young son, he found a van and government agents waiting. He had been betrayed by Kay Lomas, a fellow brigger who was instrumental in the kidnapping of his wife and child. The agents wondered what Thomas had taken from the facility for which he would get his wife and son back. It became apparent then that his wife and son would be used in biological experiments and were not going to be returned unharmed. That was a little over 10 years ago. How did Thomas get involved in all this covert intrigue? Thomas is now about 50 years old. At the time that the article was written in 1991, Brandon, when he was in his mid-20s, he received top-secret training in photography at an underground facility in West Virginia. For 7 years, he worked for the Rand Corporation in Santa Monica, California, when in 1977 he was transferred to the Dulce facility. Now, in a similar manner, his scientist Robert Lazar, who worked for Los Alamos Lights, was transferred to Area 51 in Nevada, which is an alternate base similar to Dulce. Lazar claims that he replaced a scientist who had died during
Hello, everyone. I'm really grateful to Rabbi Trump and the staff at Young Israel Lawrence here. First, for asking me to deliver a very short Bar Torah, part of the 10 short Divrei Torah on the 10 plagues. So I got the third plague, lice. Let's have a quick look at it. And here's an awful early modern depiction of a louse. There were two species of lice that plagued the ancient world in the Middle East. The Pediculus hominis is the scientific name, and there were dark and light versions. The dark ones are also called head lice, and the light ones were apparently things that could infect clothing. How did people deal with it back then? Pretty much the same as we do today. There are like lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the 15th century, at least from the medieval period. We know a little bit about how people dealt with it. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to delouse her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but you know, a lot of the materials they use today seem pretty scary too. And the technology we see used in this golden Haggadah from Spain around the same period, a little bit earlier, we see that women are using lice combs that look pretty much like lice combs do today. The other type of lice, the one that infects clothing, there's a lot of interesting halachos in the Gemara about how to deal with those lice on Shabbos and things like that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them was to fumigate them with a kind of closet-based incense burner. This is an example of an ancient incense burner that would have had coals placed in the bottom, and you would put incense in the top, and then you would put it in your closet to fumigate the clothes and hopefully kill the lice that are living there and give it a pleasant aroma. Here's a beautiful representation of the third plague by James T. So, who was especially adept at giving a kind of romantic view of the biblical period. The passage that is most striking is here in the books of Shemos, where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike the dust. So Aaron hits the dust, and lice comes up out of it. And then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses is able to engineer, somehow the Egyptian Khartoumim also engineer, they look at what just happened and they say, that's we can't do it. Look at the last verse here. They said, it is the finger of God. But Pharaoh nevertheless kept his heart hard. So the question is really, why is lice the finger of God? I mean, the Nile turning red with blood, the frogs come there, that's not the finger of God, but lice, that's the finger of God? So the famous passage in the Talmud that addresses this, where the Rabbi Eliezer says that the fact that the magicians, who are quite talented, said this, the lice, is an example of the finger of God, shows you that their power was limited. They could only create things that were bigger than a barley grain. Right? They could, manipulate the universe, but there was a downsized limit. They could not do anything with things that were smaller than a barley grain. Rav Papa disagrees, says, are you kidding? They couldn't even create a camel. They can't do any of these things. But in reality, what they do is they're able to control the demons, who can then corral various things in space to make them look like an alligator or blood or frogs and so on. They just couldn't get the demons to do something this small. Now, the way that I approach this, that I think is perhaps useful for us in this book, dangerously close for a historian to be speaking about something in Torah like this. There's a fantastic passage in the medieval halakhic work, the Sefer Achinu, that has long been associated with Aaron of Barcelona, although there's some questions about this anonymous book, which was actually written as the world's greatest bar mitzvah present ever. And in the Sefer Achinu, there's an interesting discussion of what are demons all about in Jewish thought anyway. And he argues there, and it's in the context of the discussion of mixing linen and wool and eating milk and meat together, like what's so wrong with those things? And yes, discussion that sounds a little bit like pre-scientific thought. He says, don't think about it so much in terms of demons, but think of it in terms of powers. The natural universe is endowed by God all kinds of unique properties, and certain things just are not meant to mix. like, what do they say, ammonia and bleach and things like that, right? Just don't mix these things, because there are certain powers associated with them, which we would call scientific properties. You put those together and you get a dangerous result. Now, in the mind of the Midrash, in the mind of the ancient world, they could call these demons, but really they're referring to scientific properties. And in that context, I like to approach the time that we've all lived through in the context of your life, and that something so tiny, something so small as a coronavirus has brought this entire world to a standstill with unimaginable tragedy happening in so many families. And for us to think that, we, as the masters of our science and the masters of our universe, have somehow been able to control all of the factors in our lives, and all of a sudden this tiny little thing, much, much smaller than a lice, is suddenly able to overturn everything. And hopefully we should get past this situation very soon. Passover, of course, is a dark anniversary, because it was really last year's Passover when we were so horribly suffering here in the New York area from COVID-19. Now, thank God, things are beginning to get a little easier, and we see the end in sight, although we still have to remain vigilant. But I think it's a tremendous blow to human arrogance to think that we are totally in control of the world. In reality, even the smallest time, I don't have an answer as to why the finger of God points in the way it does, but I'm a historian, not a rabbi. I hope you enjoyed the short Torah, and I wish you a chag kasher this summer. Thanks very much.
How's the food at this place? How's the food been recently? It's great. It's really great. It's a lot of popcorn and hot dogs, but there's also like cool margaritas. I let him drink on the weekends. There's like lemonade. So standard arena food. Yeah, fair. Hot pretzel. So it's a lot of hot dogs. Hot dogs with every protein they have in the cheese cups if you eat enough cheese cups. What is that? The stuff you put on top of like nachos? Yeah, it's cheese stuff. Yeah. Easy cheese. Just drink a couple of those cups. Calcium nitrate.
Thank you, Rabbi, for that very kind introduction. I appreciate it very much, and it's a great privilege to speak to this august audience. I'm glad that we were able to make it happen. The plan for today is I'm going to speak for about half an hour. And the goal is to give a very broad overview of Egyptian Jewish life after the Exodus. Because one of the, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover, of course, and we think about the huge emptying of the Jewish population that is described so movingly in the beginning of the book of Exodus. But what happens afterwards? The reality is that there's a significant Jewish population, a huge civilization that goes on for the next 3,000 odd years in Egypt. And ironically, we live in a time in the mid-20th century and onward in which the exodus from Egypt has really come full circle and is more complete now, in a sad way, than it ever has been over the last 3 millennia. So I'm going to just give a very quick, broad strokes look at the scope of Jewish life in Egypt, and then at the end of about half an hour, we'll have a chance to schmooze a little bit, as we say here in New York. We'll have time for some conversation and some questions. I hope you find this material engaging, and I find it fascinating. Let's go straight to the starting point, however, and that would be the Exodus itself. I don't want to overlook this moment that we're going to be spending so much time on at the Passover Seder, God willing, in just a couple of weeks. Here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where the Exodus would have taken place. You can see it. The Nile River Delta, of course, is much deeper green because that's the arable land flowing from the Nile northward into the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we have precious little archaeological or papyrological evidence of the Exodus as described in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Scriptures. There are a lot of reasons for this. There are certainly some cultural barriers. The pharaohs were loath to describe any negative information, and they have a long iconoclastic tradition of destroying any kind of memory of humiliating defeats. Furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus are not well suited to the actual geography and geology of the region in which the various structures were built.